Hello, hello, hello. How are we, beautiful people? Hope you're all well out there. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is with you. Oh, I'm having a day today, guys. I'm having a day. Um, I lost electricity today. Oh, can't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Didn't even have 5G. Didn't have 4G. Didn't have 1G. Jesus. So here we are. We're back though. We're back. Talking about who's back. Look who's back. Sat P. Look at her. Kino. Welcome everyone, and thanks for joining. Please hit that like button, subscribe to YouTube, and hit that notification bell on the way in. Special welcome to our newest members. Yeah, we did get a new member last night. I think I shouted him out last night though. So welcome. If you're not a member, want to become a member, join by clicking this link. You can be a Taco Club member or a Blue Wedge member. They got a merch store there, and we got an opportunity to support the channel through PayPal or Buy Me a Coffee as well. So proud of this channel last night. Raised $320 for the Zachariah Anderson Fund last night. I gave 60 and a host of others gave money as well. So shout out to everybody. I'll go through them now because I'll go to the site to see. Let's see, have a look, see. Let's have a look, see, shall we? Look, see, donate. Donate. Let's give a shout out. Do we deserve a shout out for this? Um, okay, so we had uh, right. Totally Pip gave $30. Ashley gave $30. I gave 60. 30 on behalf of members. 30 for myself. Josie gave $30. Myra gave $30. Moonflower gave $30. Kayla gave $30. Brittany Earns gave $30. And Julio gave $50. Check you all out. You're amazing people. And thank you to all of you that were here as well as members and stuff like that. You know, that I did donate on behalf of everybody. So, you know, happy days. Oh, happy days. Oh, happy days. Right. So many people here because I'm doing this a bit earlier than I'm supposed to, but then obviously a bit later than I'm supposed to. So we're gonna go into Rittenhouse. We got first witness all lined up today. Oh, nightmare! Come on. So if we hadn't seen the reason I didn't stream this morning because we've been having power cuts and we've been having storms and stuff recently. Last night was terrible, so they're trying to fix it. I thought I'd have to go to my sister's house or something, to family's house to stream today. But then as soon as I thought, oh, I'll go up there to stream this morning, she had no electricity. So you have to bear with us. I hope everything works out okay today, though. Jesus, it should do. It should do. Anyway, fuck it. Let's go. Right, let's get it going. People join when they join. Day 5, Rittenhouse. Let's go because hopefully then people start chatting once other people are here. Right, let let's go, people. Hey, Charles, how are you doing, sir? How are you doing, man? Hope you're well. Obviously, waiting for the second. I know, Charles. Come the second, we'll have the Kariga trial back. So I'm watching this now until I've never seen this before. Oh, excuse me. All right, let's go.
All right, let's go.
Oh, I only said
The
let's
state
go.
calls Gage Grosskreutz.
Gauge gross quotes. What's it say? Gauge what?
Grosskreutz.
Gross quotes. Gauge gross quotes. Excusez-moi. Oh, what? Julio. Hello, Julio. I just give you a shout out as well. Oh, it's Mighty. Oh, is this the guy that Mighty wants to be in? Hang on. What's Mighty doing? Don't even know who this guy is. Let's have a look at Discord. Let me look to see if my friend Mighty meet. is around. He's online. Mighty, mighty me, mighty, mighty me, mighty, mighty me, mighty, mighty me. This is the guy. This is the guy you wanted to lay for in Rittenhouse. So by Julio, Baba, da 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 da. This is the one he wanted to get on. This one's the best cross. I know nothing. Oh, I know nothing. I think I know. I've heard about this guy before, but I don't really know much about him. We'll wait a little bit. I have sent a link to Mighty Meat, but yeah, because I don't know when people come up on these streams. So in some ways, Julio, had you not said that, I wouldn't have known that you wanted to come on for this one. I don't even know if you're ever going to see my message. That's the only problem, because obviously he's a busy, busy man with his family. Family. Dee, 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 dee. And put him at the thing. Mighty Me streaming Rittenhouse right now. If you're available, send you a link. This guy. Okay. Okay, so we'll see now. I'll give it a few minutes for Mighty Me to come. I'll give it to half past. If he doesn't come, like obviously I've got to play it, but if he is around, I'll give him an opportunity to jump on. Or he might jump on in a little bit anyway. Or a little bit later, I'm not sure. But yeah, I didn't realise this was a guy that he wanted to come on. Now you said it, I realise it, but Gage Grosskreutz. He's a guy who had bicep vaporized. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's a DUI arrest of him too on YouTube though after this happened, but before trial. Okay, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Here we are, just a few of us. Oh, just a few of us. Happy, happy day. Hey, hey. So yeah, for those who don't know, I've had storms upon storms, so I couldn't stream Deputy here this morning. I'm hoping that the weather settles. It's okay at the minute, but last night was terrible. And I live in the rural area, so there was trees down. Couldn't go to several places. You couldn't drive to some places. Floods. So yeah, touch wood. I'm lucky here so far. As in, I only lost the whole neighbourhood lost electricity because my sister lives about 4 miles away from me, and her electricity was down as well. So everything was down. Hello, Dawn. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Hope you're well, Dawn. Just started really. I'm just waiting 5 minutes to see if Mighty Meat comes to join us. My guess is he won't, because it's a bit late notice from now. I didn't realise that until Julio told me. Julio. Good. Nice to hear, Dawn. Nice to hear they're doing well. So we're waiting 5 minutes, and so 4 minutes now. Yeah, I'm just talking crap now until 4 minutes come up or until Mighty comes in. And obviously, this is supposed to. I've started this stream early, but I want to start it early because I couldn't do the other stream. So some people are not here. But well, what can we do? What can we do? The best people are here, yeah. The best people are here. That's what we say. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 oh. If you're watching on replay, skip another 3, 4 minutes. Otherwise, you're stuck here listening to me sing some song. We are waiting for Mighty Me. He must be sleeping or busy. Here I am waiting for good almighty me. Nothing I can do. We've got our gauge. Grosken Troots. Grosskreutz. Gauge Grosskreutz. We have Gage Grosskreutz next up on the stand and he's biceps. Beep 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 beep. 2 more minutes, let's see. I don't know how to make a song, but I'll try my best. Yeah, 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 yeah. Bum bada bum 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 bada bum bum. We wait 1 more minute. Yeah, no sign like the um I finished. He's got family, so it's the wrong time for him. It's about 1:30 for him, so it's probably busy time with family and stuff. So once he's back, I'm sure he'll either come into chat or he'll join in. Right, probably another 30 seconds or whatever it is. And we will be sailing each area, land of my fathers, are heathen. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And we can't wait anymore. Yeah, that's true. I just can't wait anymore. Do you know what I mean? It's not fair on you guys. It's not fair on me even having to wait here. So I'll just get on with it. And he can, if he joins, he joins. If not, I'm sure he'll still be able to sleep tonight. I'm sure. Right, here we go then.
Obrigado. You may be seated.
Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Gage, Gaige. Grosskreutz, Grosskreutz.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes,
How many times?
1.
What city do you currently live in?
Milwaukee.
And did you grow up in Milwaukee?
For the most part, yes.
Did you have any experiences growing up that made you want to get into the medical field?
Many, I think. I remember being a young child. My grandma was employed as a registered nurse at Columbia St. Mary's in Milwaukee. Like I said, being a small child, I remember her teaching me how to
Hi,
use a
Christine.
stethoscope and a blood pressure cuff. I'd say that was probably my earliest memory when I decided that I wanted to pursue a career in medicine.
Where did you go to high school?
West Dallas Central,
When did you graduate?
2012.
And did you find opportunities to put that early desire to go into medicine into practice?
Ah, yes.
Tell us about that.
I remember when I was a sophomore in high school and I was on the swim team, and my swim captain had come up to me and asked if I wanted a job as a lifeguard. So from there, I worked for the Milwaukee Lifeguard Corps. And then from there, I went to school to be an EMT basic. After completing that course, I then worked as a EMT on a private ambulance in Milwaukee.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you had to do to complete that course?
So EMT basic is, I believe, 160, maybe 180 hours. Essentially, that comes to a couple days a week out of a semester. And then following that, after successful completion of the coursework at the college, you then take 2 nationally registered courses, or tests, I should say. One is a psychomotor course. So that's a psychomotor course, test, exam. And that's essentially the hands-on technical skills. And then there's a cognitive exam. And it is a computerized exam where you take multiple choice questions in various fields of pre-emergency hospital care.
Was those 2 classes that you described, were those necessary to finish up the EMT basic program?
Correct.
And was there anything else you needed to do to finish up that program?
Apart from submitting an application to be licensed through the state, that's essentially it.
Are you familiar with the requirements in order to become an EMT in Wisconsin?
I am.
What are those requirements?
So just to recap, finishing some sort of college coursework, whether it's an EMT basic, or if you go on for an advanced EMT or an EMT paramedic. So the coursework through the accredited college is the first thing. And then following that is the, like I said, the 2 national registry of EMT or emergency medical technicians exams that you take. Once you complete those and pass them, then you submit an application to whatever jurisdiction that you'll be working in. Because while you might learn, this much, you're only able to potentially do this much given local protocols and laws.
Did you complete all of that yourself?
I did.
Did you obtain a certification from the state of Wisconsin to be an EMT?
I did.
And did you put that into practice?
I did.
How so?
Like I mentioned before, I worked for a private ambulance in Milwaukee for a number of years.
Did you continue on in the field to get more advanced training or more advanced certification after that?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So when I was working as an EMT basic, I decided that I really enjoyed it. And I wanted to advance my knowledge, my expertise, my experiences. And I went back to school to Waukesha County Technical College. And this is where I took the EMT paramedic course.
Can you tell us about that course?
Yeah. Yes. The EMT paramedic course, I guess a quantitative way to differentiate the 2. EMT basic is about 180 hours of class time, and EMT paramedic is about 1,600. So for the specific course that I took at Waukesha County Technical College, I took 34 credits in a semester. The way that this course was structured is you would take a morning class, and an afternoon class. This would go on for the entire semester. These classes would be, for example, one of the first 2 courses that I took was one course specific in treating trauma, and then medical emergencies. So there's a difference between those 2. So morning class, afternoon class. And then at the end of 2 weeks, in this kind of condensed, really fast-paced, really hard-hitting courses, you'll then take the exam for those. And then as long as you pass with a B or higher, you were then essentially able to move on to the next segment. So if at any point in this program you were to fail a course, say you failed your morning class halfway through, but you passed your afternoon class, you'd have to wait for the next academic semester to go back to reattempt.
Were you able to make it through that entire program?
I was.
Is that true for everybody else in your class?
It is not.
What was the kind of the dropout rate, if you will?
From what I remember, we had about 25 to 30 students. I was one of maybe 10 that passed.
Once you finished all of that coursework, did you get any new license or certification?
I did.
And what was that called?
That is the EMT paramedic certification.
Is that from the state of Wisconsin?
That is.
Do you remember approximately when you obtained that?
That would have been 2014, I want to say.
Can you help us understand the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
Yes, I can. Like I said, a quantitative way to delineate the two is the amount of coursework. A simpler way that I like to put it to people is paramedics can put new holes in people. So some of the,
Go ahead.
Some of the things, for example, are administering IV medications, so knowing how to start an IV. Also, cardiocentesis, which is essentially a life-saving maneuver, which involves extracting fluid from the heart. There's also a great deal of pharmacology knowledge that needs to be known. For example, EMT basics, can administer 6 different kinds of medications. Paramedics, and again, it depends on the jurisdiction that you're working in, but nationally, you're taught a little over 50 different kinds of medications. And that's not just names, but it's indications, contraindications, or when to use it, when to not use it, dosages, which can be dependent on weight, age, and then there's also just the general knowledge that's known. So while there are a lot more technical skills that you learn in pharmacology and things like that, it's also being able to identify and properly assess.
After you obtained your certification as a paramedic, did you work in that field?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Like I said, I've been previously employed on private ambulance as an EMT basic. I then continued to work on a private ambulance as an EMT paramedic.
Did you ever do any of that work here in Kenosha?
In Kenosha, no, but in Racine, I worked for Erickson Ambulance for a time.
During your time working as a paramedic with that private ambulance company, what sort of medical emergencies did you have to respond to?
So Erickson Ambulance does primarily, I think almost exclusively what's called inter-facility transports. So it's not like when somebody calls 911, Erickson Ambulance is the one to respond. Versus like in Milwaukee, there's essentially these calls are shared with the fire department and private ambulances. So the private ambulances kind of back up the firefighters. But specifically for Erickson Ambulance in Racine, where I worked as an EMT paramedic, our general patient population were elderly people. So this was, a range of emergencies, anywhere from diabetic issues to potentially mental health issues. There's always the chance or the chance of trauma. Say somebody falls. Cardiac issues are also a big, a more, I guess ubiquitous thing with the geriatric. Cardiovascular emergencies are a lot more common given the age of geriatric patients.
Do you remember approximately how long you worked as a paramedic?
I'll say about a year.
Were there ever times in which you had to deal with someone suffering from a gunshot wound?
Yes, I have.
What was that like?
Hi, Jennifer.
It's difficult. Gunshots can be very traumatic. And I mean traumatic in the sense of the physiology of what it can do to the body.
A baseball dad.
Obviously, there
Hi,
are,
Tim.
numerous factors that go into it: the size of the caliber, where the person's shot, how many times. And when you are practicing in school, it is much different from when you actually go and put your hands on somebody who is bleeding. There's lots of blood, screaming. Generally speaking, there's somebody there that's frantic. So then not only are you having to focus on the patient, but you have to deal with the surrounding situation, which can be potentially, like I said, a frantic family member, say if it's an accident or self-inflicted. But also it can be a dangerous situation to go into because generally speaking, you shoot people to hurt them. And there's always that potential of continued on-scene violence. So it can be very hectic. It definitely doesn't get easier the more you do it. Maybe going through the motions, going through your mental checklist of things that you need to do. But it definitely doesn't get easier watching that, hearing that.
Since you obtained your paramedic certification from the state of Wisconsin, have you continued your education in that field?
I have.
Can you tell us about that?
I went to school for outdoor education, and naturally through that field, you are finding yourself in remote areas where there's going to be some form of delayed care, meaning meaning that you are unable to get to a hospital within an hour. And that's commonly referred to as the golden hour, specifically with trauma patients. I then took a wildland firefighter course, which I did complete. And then I also took what's called wilderness first responder, which is the pretty, it's essentially the industry standard for people who work in the outdoor industry. Yeah.
Have you worked in the outdoor industry, as you say?
I have.
What kind of work have you done?
My first job in the outdoor industry was working as a sea kayak guide in the Apostle Islands.
A sea kayak guide in the Apostle Islands? Is that right?
Correct.
Go ahead.
And then from there, naturally through schooling and opportunities, I primarily worked with children, middle school age. And also from there, I was am an American Canoe Association sea kayaking instructor. So I actually teach people how to effectively sea kayak. Bit of context, specifically for where I worked in the Apostle Islands, Lake Superior is very cold and get very windy, which means very wavy. So it's maybe just a little bit more intense than maybe paddling around your lake cabin. Yeah.
Are you continuing your studies today?
I am.
And how close are you to finishing those up?
I have one more class that I need to complete to receive my bachelor's in outdoor education.
I want to turn your attention, Mr. Grosskreutz, to the summer of the year 2020. And we're going to lead up to August 25th. But before that, did you spend time that summer attending any protests or demonstrations?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
After the death of George Floyd, I found myself demonstrating in Milwaukee. This was, I want to say, maybe 2 days after George Floyd's death. And I was out with a friend of mine who I actually took EMT basic with, and we were out demonstrating. We were seeing what the scene was like. Seeing what the scene was like. We didn't make signs or anything like that, but like I said, we found ourselves down in Milwaukee.
And when you say you were demonstrating, what exactly were you doing?
Well, I think what I was specifically doing was just being in attendance.
But I want to make sure we understand what you mean by demonstrating. Were there people damaging property?
No.
Lighting fires?
No.
Was there any violent clash with police?
No.
What time of day, if you recall, were these demonstrations?
That specific first one, generally late morning into late afternoon.
So what would other folks be doing at these
Hi,
demonstrations?
Dave.
People would be holding signs. They would be chanting various things, driving cars down the street. Yeah.
And you said you initially were there just kind of to see the scene.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
And tell us what happened after that.
So after walking for a few hours, kind of starting to wrap the day up, and all of a sudden somebody starts yelling, "Medic, medic." And I'm walking, like I said, with my friend who I took EMT basic with, and he looks at me and he says, "That's you." I was like, "Oh, I guess you're right." And then I came over to a patient who had tripped and fallen over a curb. I guess as they just weren't paying attention, got their feet caught up. And the patient was all right after an assessment, advised to go to the hospital. Following that, though, I noticed that there was no established or even organized sort of first aid presence at these demonstrations. And from there, I was talking with my friend who I'd taken EMT basic with, and we decided that we were going to offer our services voluntarily.
And did you do that?
We did.
Tell us about that experience.
So I had talked to some of the prominent organizers in Milwaukee, and we kind of laid out a game plan or how we were going to organize this. Essentially, as medics, we decided that we weren't going to be actively participating in any of the demonstrations. I think there's essentially an ethic code that if you are providing medical care, you shouldn't necessarily choose a side because everybody has the right to protest or demonstrate, assemble, freedom of speech, but also everybody has the right to do that safely. So very early on, we decided that we weren't going to actively participate in these demonstrations. From there, my friend and I outfitted his pickup truck into essentially a mobile first aid station.
In the time period that followed after that, did you and
Hey,
your friend with
Josie.
this mobile first aid station provide medical assistance at these demonstrations?
Yes, we did.
On approximately how many occasions would you say you did that? I think it's relevant for many reasons. It's establishing his background as a paramedic, which came into play on this particular evening. I think it also is drawing a contrast between him and the defendant.
I'll overrule the objection on the first round.
Approximately how many times would you say you were out there providing medical care at these demonstrations?
I would say about 75 days prior to August.
And during that time period, what sort of medical situations would you assist in?
Primarily, it was essentially people not taking care of themselves. I mean, it was a hot summer. People weren't hydrating. People weren't eating. People weren't wearing proper footwear. So I would say it was, by and large, nothing sort of like medical emergencies. It was very, like I said, people not taking care of themselves. So like providing water, providing food, potentially bandaging, spraying joints like ankles, things like that.
You mentioned earlier that you felt sort of an ethical obligation not to pick and choose the people you would treat. Did you treat anyone who needed it, no matter what their political beliefs were or what side they were on?
Yes, absolutely.
I want to move to the night of August 25th, 2020. On that particular evening, did you come here to Kenosha?
I did.
Had you been working at your normal job that day?
I was.
Do you recall approximately what time you left to come down to Kenosha?
7 p.m.
Did you travel alone?
I did.
Were you part of any sort of larger group or organization that was coming to Kenosha that night?
I was not.
Why did you personally decide to come down here that night?
Essentially for the same reasons that I stated earlier. We were all aware of what was happening in the days following Jacob Blake shooting. People do have a right to demonstrate, and no way advocating for property damage or anything like that. But given the, I think we all can agree, chaotic situation of those 3 days following Jacob Blake shooting, there was certainly a propensity for violence, or maybe not just violence, but injuries in general. And so for the same reasons that I stated earlier, I've delivered patients to Freighter down here. I'm familiar with the area, and I felt that given my level of experience and knowledge that I could be of assistance to people.
When you came down here that night, did you bring any of your own medical supplies?
I did.
What kind of supplies did you bring with you?
Brought a tourniquet, what's called hemostatic gauze, also commonly called quick clot, chest wound seals, some gloves, some saline spray.
How were you dressed that evening?
I had a black shirt with a Wu-Tang sign on it. It's a pretty famous group. I had khaki shorts. I had tennis shoes, and also I had a blue hat with large lettering that said paramedic on the, on the front of it.
Were you carrying any of your equipment with you?
I was.
How were you doing that?
I had it in a small backpack.
Were you armed?
I was.
Tell us about that.
I believe in the Second Amendment. I'm for people's right to carry and bear arms. And that night was no different than any other day. It's keys, phone, wallet, gun.
Did you have a permit to carry a concealed weapon?
I did.
Was it in effect on August 25th, 2020?
It was not.
Had it expired?
It had.
And you had not renewed it?
I had not.
When you were having this medical truck in Milwaukee, did you carry a gun then?
I did.
When you came down here, how did you carry your gun?
I had my handgun holstered in the small of my back.
What type of gun was it?
It was a Gen 4 Glock 27, so it is a smaller framed 40 caliber handgun.
Was it loaded?
It was.
Do you recall if there was a round in the chamber?
That night, I don't.
When you came down here to Kenosha that night with your equipment, etc., did you specifically seek to meet out with any particular person or any group or anything along those lines?
No, I did not.
So tell us what you did when you first came down here.
So after I arrived in Kenosha, I parked several blocks away. This is both for safety and protection of my property. I put on my equipment, which is essentially my handgun and my medical supplies. And then I walked towards the courthouse. From there, things were already there was already confrontation between demonstrators and the police. And by confrontation, I mean people were throwing water bottles. The police were shooting pepper balls from the top of the courthouse. That sort of thing. And then after I arrived, I assessed the scene, and almost immediately I came upon a person who had been somehow, whether it was direct spray or in a gas formation on her form, who was affected by the pepper spray. So immediately following that, I started treating this person. And then again, from there, I was assessing the situation, primarily treating people who were affected by the tear gas, also delegating to other people how to effectively treat that.
Now, when you say you were delegating, were these people that you knew that you were delegating responsibility to?
No.
So tell us about the delegating process.
One instance that I can think of in particular, the proper way to treat, well, just to irrigate an eye in general, regardless of what is causing an issue, is you want to start from the nose and pour out. The idea behind that is that if you have something that's affecting this eye, you pour it this way, then that chemical or whatever it is, irritant, can then go into the unaffected eye. So I had come across a person who was not properly irrigating the eye, and so that would have been one of the forms of delegation, just telling this person, hey, this is the proper way to do it. Whether or not they chose to listen to me, that's their choice. But again, just trying to provide some proper knowledge and treatment.
Do you recall approximately how many people you gave medical assistance to that night?
I don't know the exact number, but if you wanted me to estimate, I'd say around 10.
What was the most serious situation that you dealt with?
Apart from myself?
Yes, as a medic treating the other folks that were out there.
There was an individual, a younger patient, who had been shot in the crease of her left arm with what we presume to be a rubber bullet, fired from one of the police. And she had sustained a pretty decent laceration. I mean, there was a pretty good cut from it. So whatever had hit her had some force behind it. So while actually treating a patient with tear gas irritant, and then started to hear this young patient scream, and that immediately got my attention. And would you like me to explain that interaction?
You know what? Let's pause there for a second. I want to show the jury something. 55, 55. Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm going to play an excerpt of exhibit number 55, and I would like you to, when we're done, I'll ask you a couple questions about it, okay? Go ahead. Mr. Grosskreutz, pause the video there for a second. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do.
Can you help us identify yourself there?
I would be, you can see the top of my head with a blue baseball cap and some white lettering and a black shirt. That is me.
Okay. Go ahead. Can you tell us what was shown in that video?
This is me, several other individuals who I did not know. The patient laying on the ground, and what I later found out after I had treated the patient, their father.
And was this the individual you mentioned who had a laceration to their elbow from a rubber bullet?
That is correct.
Do you remember where physically you were when you were providing that treatment?
This would have been just across the street of the south east corner of Civic Park.
Okay, so basically right out across the square here.
Correct.
And this was on the night of August 25th?
Correct.
Can we go show exhibit 56, please? Mr. Grosskreutz, do you recognize what's up on the screen there as exhibit number 56?
I do.
Can you identify that for us, please?
It appears to be a news article from the Kenosha News depicting myself and the patient in a still of the video that we just previously watched.
Your Honor, I would move exhibits 55 and 56 into evidence.
Objection. Proceed.
While you were out there on the night of August 25th, were you also taking your own video recording of what was going on?
I was.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Can. So essentially, when there wasn't a medical emergency or somebody seeking assistance, I am a ACLU legal observer, and I decided that the next best thing that I could do that night was just simply record.
Was this something where you were just recording it onto your own equipment, or was it being shared in any way?
It was being recorded from my cell phone, but it was through a Facebook live stream.
Were you broadcasting live on Facebook while you were doing that?
I was.
And so that video would have recorded most of the things that you saw and places that you went while you were here that evening. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Did there come a time in which you encountered a group of folks that were armed in front of the 59th Street car source location?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
After the police had moved the demonstrators from the park, they started to form a line, which they would then advance, moving the demonstrators south down Sheridan Road. So say maybe 10, 15 minutes after they started clearing the park out, I found myself outside of the 59th Street car source. As I walked up, one of the first things I had noticed that there were people armed with long guns, AR-15 type weapons, similar to the defendants, and they had been on the roof. I recall like 3 of them, I think. And there were also individuals on the ground, similarly dressed, similarly armed. On the ground, I recalled 4 seeing initially.
Do you remember the first time that you observed the defendant that evening?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
There was an individual who I had assumed came from the demonstration. The reason I assumed that is because this person was coming from north, traveling southbound. This individual is being supported by 2 other individuals, kind of like that. If you were to hurt your leg and you needed somebody to help you. I had observed this individual come closer to the car source as the defendant had been essentially offering medical aid. And then that was the first time that I saw the defendant.
Do you know what happened with regard to that person who was being supported by other people and the defendants?
I only know what I'd seen in the moment. I don't know what happened to this person afterwards, but what I observed was the defendant offering medical assistance, and then this individual being carried in a way onto the car source property. I then heard somebody yell, "Don't let them treat you." And I turned around. I don't remember why exactly I turned around, but then moments later, I then turned back facing towards the car source and towards the defendant and towards that individual. And then that individual, along with the other 2 people supporting them, were exiting the property.
Did you see the defendant provide any treatment to that individual?
I did not.
Do you remember a time when you were at that location, that car source location, and you observed a dumpster out in the middle of the road?
I do recall that, yes.
What do you remember about that?
I didn't see how it got there, but it was your pretty typical municipal dumpster, green with the black top. I didn't see anybody actively pushing it. Like I said, I didn't even see how it got there. But it was probably about a dumpster's length from the curb, which would be in front of car source.
Did you see anyone trying to start it on fire?
I did not.
Can we please bring up the live stream exhibit number 57 at the 55:44 mark, please? Go ahead.
Here. How's it going? You guys want to fuck around and find out? Do it. You want to do it, pussy? That's what's up. You want to do it? That's what I'm talking about, bitch.
Protect your property, not the street. Protect the property, not the street. Protect your property, not the street. Protect your property, not the streets. 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 That's what the fuck y'all here for.
What we just observed, Mr. Grosskreutz, is that part of the live stream that you recorded that evening?
That is.
And I noticed there seems to be a little bit of a lag in the audio to the video. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay, but is that a true and correct copy of what you recorded that night?
Apart from the 1 or 2 second delay, it is.
So this incident here with the dumpster and whatnot, were you physically there, right there, a few feet away when all this was going on?
I was.
And did you observe the people that were around you at that time?
I did.
On that particular evening, and again, I'm going to ask you to try and go back and put yourself in the mindset of that night. When you're out there on the streets that evening, had you ever heard of anyone by the name of Joseph Rosenbaum?
No.
Had you ever met that person before?
Never.
Do you recall seeing Joseph Rosenbaum at any point that evening?
I do not.
In particular, right around the time of this dumpster fire in front of 59th Street Car Source, do you recall seeing him around that at any point?
I do not.
Do you recall hearing anyone make any threats to any of the people at the Car Source location that if I get you alone, I'm going to kill you, or anything along those lines?
I do not.
Do you recall hearing anyone make any threats to any of those people at that Car Source location?
I do not.
You mentioned that the first time you saw the defendant was this person that was limping, being supported by other people. And I know you mentioned that eventually you saw that person walking away. Do you remember any other observations that you made of the defendant when you were at the 59th Street Car Source?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
I took note, like I said, there were 4 people essentially in front of me that I could see. So I took note of what they were wearing, how they were armed. Like I said, they were all similarly armed with a similar weapon from that the defendant used. Some of them, especially as you can see in the video, had body armor, chest rigs. And then I noted that the defendant was wearing a baseball cap, green shirt, jeans, and then also a rifle.
At that moment in time, did you have any idea who he was?
No.
Never met him before?
Never.
Were there times in which you saw him wearing gloves on his hands?
I did.
When was that?
I recall this being right around this time. Then I noticed the defendant also wearing blue latex gloves, or maybe dark purple latex gloves that are pretty common, I mean, very common in a healthcare setting.
Did that strike you as unusual?
In the moment, no, it did not.
Do you wear gloves like that when you treat people?
I do.
Tell us about the process of putting them on and taking them off.
Yeah. So these gloves are common throughout all healthcare systems. They're nitrile, or they can be latex or non-latex. These gloves are designed to essentially stop anything wet that you don't want on your hands. So like blood or any sort of bodily fluids. The idea is it's called body substance isolation. So despite it being a very thin piece of plastic, it's very good at keeping contagions off of your hands. So the idea is, and also keeping in mind too, that you want to have your hands clean when you're also touching somebody else, especially if there's any sort of open wound. You want to minimize that potential for contamination or cross-contamination. The idea is that when you come upon a patient, obviously if you're able to, wash your hands, some sort of sanitizer, something along those lines. And then prior to administering aid or treatment to a patient, you then put these gloves on. And then after treating your patient, there is a specific way to remove your gloves that, let's say if there was some sort of fluid or contagion on the gloves, there's a proper way to remove them to where you wouldn't get your hands dirty afterwards with whatever it might be on the glove.
So when you're working as an EMT or a paramedic, do you typically keep one set of gloves on your hands constantly throughout your shift?
Never.
Why not?
essentially for the reasons that I just stated. I mean, if you treat
Sorry, essentially what?
essentially for the reasons that I just previously stated, if you treat one patient on an ambulance shift, on a 24-hour shift, 48-hour shift, you about one call every hour and a half. That's a lot of patients that you can see. That doesn't make sense. That's just not one, proper hygiene. Two, it's not proper protocol. It would be detrimental to your health, every subsequent patient's health, and not only from touching or having contact with the patient themselves, but also everything else that you touch. We all know with COVID how easily things can spread. You're touching doorknobs, your face, pens, pencils, equipment, etc.
On this particular evening, after you were at the 59th Street Car Source, do you recall where you went after that?
I do. So from the car source location here, I started walking southbound down Sheridan.
Did you wind up at the Ultimate gas station at the intersection of 60th and Sheridan?
I did.
Do you recall what, if anything, you did there?
Nothing different than I had previously been doing. So like I explained, when there was no patient essentially to treat, then I started recording. Again, I'm an ACLU legal observer. I thought that was the best way that night that I could provide another aspect or another perspective of an unbiased account. Video doesn't lie. Yes.
So when you were leaving 59th Street, heading down to the Ultimate gas station, were you still wearing your hat with paramedic written on it?
I was.
Did you have anyone come up to you at that particular time and request any sort of medical assistance?
No, nobody did.
Did there come a time in which you heard gunshots?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I was slightly south of Ultimate gas station. To be very specific, I think it's Ray's Barbershop, which is either the adjacent building or one there over. While I was recording, and I had heard a series of gunshots, what I determined to be a few blocks south of where I was.
What, if anything, did you do?
I first sat and listened, and then had there were people watching my live stream, so I had been narrating essentially what I was seeing, what I was hearing. I'd heard these gunshots and had commented on them, and then after seeing and hearing people running, well, I should say seeing people running northbound and then hearing people yelling medic, I started running southbound towards what I presumed at the time to be the origin of the gunshots.
Do you recall how far south you ran? There's a map up on the wall behind you if that's helpful.
From my location, I couldn't have gotten more than a block. So I, in reference to this map, when I first heard the gunshots, I would have been right about here. And then I traveled southbound and then never made it any more south than about here.
The first place, just for the record, I'm going to try and put that in words.
Actually, sorry,
Go ahead.
correction. I started here and I never made it more south than about here.
Okay. So you indicate you started at, I think it's labeled on the map there on the east side of Sheridan as Boost Mobile and Check and Go. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicate there's a Ray's Barbershop there also?
I believe so, yes.
And then from there, you ran south past 61st Street, and you indicated you were somewhere in the middle of the block between 61st and 62nd. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate.
And what happened when you got down to that location?
I had observed people running northbound up Sheridan, and again, hearing people yelling for a medic. But then also I started to hear people yelling that somebody had been shot. So then that confirmed my assumption that somebody did in fact get shot. It was there that while I was live streaming, I met or had contact with the defendant.
It's weird because I don't know this trial, right? And I've read some of your comments. I try not to read your comments, for being honest. Not because I'm trying to be rude, but because most of you got preconceived. You've watched it before. But this is why Cross is so important, because he's come across like a nice guy. He's come across like a really professional guy. Very reliable, very honest, very matter of fact, very professional in a way. Obviously, see the comments. See the comments. I know what's coming. Do you know what I mean? But right this second, without knowing anything, what's coming, he's not a bad witness. I don't think. He comes up, for me, he comes across quite credible. Um, so far, anyway. But yeah, there's a cross. There's a cross. I know. I know. That'll change. Looking forward to it. But just in case you think I'm ignoring some of your comment, I'm not. I'm just trying to. I am ignoring them, but I'm not trying to ignore them to be rude. I'm trying to ignore them because, like, I've never seen this before. So I'm trying to give it as much of a like my own thought process as possible. So don't think I'm being rude to you guys. I love the fact that you commented. Just see the chat. I was like, oh, no one's chatting anymore. So don't feel like I'm being rude to you. Keep on chatting. Just I might ignore it. But yeah, that's where I'm at the minute. Anyway, oh, tired. Right.
Please play Exhibit 57, the live stream, starting at the 1 hour, 17 minute, and 10-second mark.
Yeah, that's why it's intriguing, isn't it? That's why it's so interesting. That's why we can't just take one side. Do you know what I mean? We've got to wait for the whole thing.
It sounded like gunshots. It sounds like multiple gunshots. People are scattering. Now this is southbound on Sheridan. This is, I was just 60th. Looks like they even set up a recliner. Oh, 110%, bro.
Yeah, dude.
100. Shots.
Pause there for a moment, Mr. Grosskreutz. This is the video you recorded, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that you started running from a little bit south of 60th, that gas station, down South Sheridan. Is that right?
That is right.
Were you recording with your phone?
I was.
Were you holding your phone in your hand while you were running?
I was.
Please continue.
Why are you shooting him?
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Can you identify that individual on the screen?
That is a defendant.
Can we rewind 10 seconds and play that again, please?
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Can you tell us, I'm going to ask you two separate questions. First of all, going back into that moment, that interaction you just had with the defendant, what did you think at the time he said to you?
At the time, I thought that the defendant has said, I'm working with the police. I didn't do anything.
Now that you've had a chance to review the video, do you know what he actually says?
Yes.
What is that?
After watching the video, he said, I'm going to the police.
And did he say anything else?
I didn't do anything, is what I make out from, it's hard to hear from the muffling, but that's what I make out of it.
I want you to try and put yourself back in the frame of that evening when you heard him say something to the effect of, was it, I'm working with the police? Is that right?
Correct.
What was your reaction to that?
I found it odd and very noteworthy. Previously in the night, an individual I had recorded, Mr. Balch, had described some sort of plan with the police that they were going to essentially push demonstrators south down Sheridan and then past the car source lot. And then from there, we're going to essentially retreat or back up that line. And Mr. Balch had explained that there was some sort of understanding, some sort of plan to whatever extent that is, but that the police were going to push protesters down past the car source. And he said that then the police told him that it was up to the militia members, as they refer to themselves, to deal with them.
When you heard the defendant say what you thought was, "I'm working with the police,"
I
that
did. Thanks,
bring
Dirk.
back that other knowledge, what Mr. Balch had said?
Yes.
Can we play the video forward just a few more seconds and then I'm going to pause again?
Who shot? Stop him! Hey, stop him!
It appears to me, Mr. Grosskreutz, that you ran along or jogged along the defendant for a moment when you had that little interaction. Is that fair to say?
That is.
And then it looks like you kind of let him continue and you turn back south again. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
Why did you do that?
So you hear me ask the question, who's shot? Who is shot? At that moment, the only thing I was concerned about was finding this person who had been shot or presumably had been shot. Given that I was still north of where I thought the shots had come from, instinctually I turned, did a 180 facing northbound and turned southbound because I was concerned for whoever might be potentially injured.
It appears from the video, though, that you don't go very far before you turn and head back after the defendant. Would that be fair to say?
That is fair to say.
What changed?
I'd seen a number of people running northbound in the same direction as the defendant. I'd started hearing people saying he just shot that guy, he just shot somebody.
So then you turn around and head back north after the defendant.
I wouldn't say after the defendant.
Why did you turn around and head back north after you heard these people say these things?
With what Mr. Balch had said previously, essentially the way that these self-proclaimed militia members were conducting themselves, the gunshots, people yelling for a medic, my interaction with the defendant, and really the lack of information that I had gotten from him, and specifically what I had thought I had heard, then coupled with this group of people running northbound, I had essentially made an inference or an assumption that there could be a potential for somebody getting injured. And anytime you bring a firearm into that equation, the stakes are much higher for both serious injury and death.
Based on all the factors that you just outlined for us, did you feel like your services might, as a medic, might be more needed in the direction the defendant was headed?
Correct.
What did you do after that?
After I turned around and started running in the same direction as the defendant, again, this I wouldn't say that there was more people joining, but more people were then pointing out the defendant, saying that he had just shot somebody, that he's trying to get away, get him, things of that nature. And then so again, further inferencing from the things that I heard and experienced, witnessed earlier in the night, I thought that the defendant was an active shooter. And like I had mentioned earlier, anytime you add a firearm into the equation, like I said, the stakes are so much higher for somebody potentially being seriously injured or being killed.
Can we please pull up exhibit number 5? Exhibit 5. This is the BG on the scene video. Let's go ahead and play that. I'll be pausing here in a little bit. We just saw you come running into the screen from the right. You're just behind that figure in the white shirt. Before this moment, had you drawn your firearm?
No.
Where was it?
Like I mentioned at the beginning, I keep my pistol holstered in the small of my back.
But don't you have it in your hand at this point?
I can't see.
Okay.
Can't see from this video.
Did there come a time when you were running that you did pull your gun out?
Yes.
Why?
Again, in the moment, I thought that the defendant was an active shooter. Having been not too far behind, like you mentioned, just about to come into the frame here, I had heard several more gunshots. And again, making inferences, the defendant was the only one with a large caliber rifle. I'd seen an individual jump over the defendant, and then the defendant heard 2 shots. And then from there, I saw another individual use a skateboard to hit the defendant or hold the defendant. Either way, the individual had made contact with the defendant with his skateboard. And then from there, I heard another shot. And then as we can see in this still, the individual, well, yeah.
Okay. I want to back up for a second, Mr. Grosskreutz, because we have other video that shows you pulling your gun out before those shots are fired. So do you remember specifically, were you intending, when you pulled your gun out, were you intending to use it?
If I had to. I didn't draw my firearm with a express intent of using it, but also being ready if I had to use it.
Let's continue the video for a little bit, and I'm going to pause here. Pause right there. We've already seen this video. There is an individual on the left who had been shot at twice by the defendant. Then the defendant is there on the ground, and there's another individual between the defendant and you, Anthony Huber, who has been shot in the chest at this point. And that individual to the right of Mr. Huber that's sort of crouched over, that's you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you witness the defendant fire 2 shots at that man on the left?
I did.
Did you witness him fire a shot into Mr. Huber's chest?
I did.
So when you come upon the defendant at this point, do you recall what you were holding in your hands?
I do.
What were you holding?
In my right hand, I had my Glock pistol, and in my left hand, I had my cell phone.
What was going through your mind at this particular moment?
That I was going to die.
Let's continue the video for just a second, please. Pause. There's a time in this video when you appear to hold your hands up. Do you know about that? Do you recall that?
I do.
Why did you do that?
After Anthony Huber was shot, you can see in the video I'm not too far behind him. And the defendant had, after murdering Anthony Huber,
The objection is sustained. That whether the death of Anthony Huber was caused by murder or not is for you jurors to decide and not for the witness. So please keep that in mind, that people, when they're in the court and they're testifying, they can be affected by their emotions, sometimes by their jobs. And they will, for someone who comes into a physician, for example, with a gunshot wound, may be identified as a victim. And that's the language that they speak in the hospital because the person comes in with a gunshot wound. Here in the court, where the issue is yet to be determined whether someone's a victim or not, and it's to be based on the evidence presented in court, and it's a decision to be made by you jurors, not by a witness, not by the judge, not by the prosecutor or the defense attorney. So I'm going to ask you to strike the comment, which was this witness's view of the subject, and because it carries no weight, it's for you folks to decide. Any question about that? Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So you had just seen Mr. Huber get shot.
correct.
And so what was going on in your mind?
I was very close to the defendant, and I thought there was a high likelihood that I would be shot myself.
Can we back up and play 10 seconds? Go back 10 seconds, please. Please continue. Pause. At this point in the video, is the defendant pointing his AR-15 at you?
Yes, he is.
And you have your hands raised in the air at this point?
I do.
Continue the video, please. Pause. Did you see the defendant do anything with his gun after you put your hands up?
I did.
What did you see him do?
It's an action that's typically referred to as re-racking a firearm. So after the defendant had pointed his rifle at me and put my hands up, and then the defendant, I said, did this motion. It's called re-racking, and that's essentially where you take the slide, which on a AR-15 like that would be on the top, and you pull back, and what that does is, depending on if there was already a bullet or a round in the chamber, which would mean it would be ready to fire, as you can put in a magazine, where the bullets are held, and the firearm won't be able to fire. But as soon as you then pull the slide back, like on a pistol or on an AR-15 on the top, that then either loads the rifle or the firearm for it to be ready to fire, or if there was already a round previously in the chamber, that then ejects that round or casing, if that round had been spent, and then reloads the next bullet into the chamber or the barrel.
So after you raised your hands like this, you saw the defendant re-rack the weapon?
Correct.
What did you think was going to happen?
In my experiences and in my inference in that moment, but the defendant had pointed his weapon at me and I put my hands in the air. Re-racking the weapon, in my mind, meant that the defendant pulled the trigger while my hands were in the air, but the gun didn't fire. So then by re-racking the weapon, I inferred that the defendant wasn't accepting my surrender.
Did you feel that he was going to point the gun and shoot at you again?
Yes.
What did you do then?
So after the defendant had re-racked his weapon with the rifle still aimed at me, in that moment, I felt that I had to do something to try and prevent myself from being killed or being shot or killed. And so I decided that the best course of action would be to close the distance between the defendant and I, and then, from there, I don't know. I mean, if it meant trying what Anthony had just tried, wrestling the gun, detaining the defendants, I don't know, because I never had an opportunity. I do know, though, I was never trying to kill the defendant. That was never something that I was trying to do. In that moment, I was trying to preserve my own life, but doing so while also taking the life of another is not
Hi, Lunia. I'm darling. How are you?
something that I'm capable or comfortable in doing. That goes against almost a lifelong ethical code that I've lived by in regards to medicine.
Hi, Lou.
Can we back the video up 10 seconds, please? Back up 10 seconds, please. Go ahead. Pause.
Right, I can see that again. I don't get Mikey, are you coming into are you getting your ass in here or not? Mike Timmy, then why have a gun if you're not going to use it? I've got so many questions here. Hang on, let me go back and watch that sequence again.
Mr. Gross. Go ahead. Pause. Mr. Grosskreutz, after seeing the defendant shoot at one person at close range twice, shoot at Mr. Huber in the chest once, and having already been told by others in the crowd that he'd previously already shot someone else.
Right. I don't know if Mike Timmy's coming in here or not, but if he is, I'll ask him later. But 10-ish, fine. Okay, I'll wait. Because I got too many questions. So I'll wait.
having him point the gun at you, and you're holding your own pistol in your hand, why didn't you take your own gun and shoot the defendant first?
Like I said, that's not the kind of person that I am. It's not why I was out there. That's not why I was out there for 75 days prior to that. Why I spent up until that point, spent my time, my money, my education, providing care for people. It's not who I am. And definitely not somebody that I would want to become. And in that moment, I thought it would tried to attempt a non-lethal way to end that interaction.
When the defendant shot you, where were you hit?
I was hit in my right bicep.
What kind of damage did that do?
I effectively lost a large majority of my right bicep.
Can we please play Exhibit 58? Before we do this, I do want to let everyone know that this is going to be very graphic. What does Exhibit 58 show?
Myself, after being shot by the defendant.
Are you still holding your Glock in this picture?
I am.
Had you fired your Glock at all that night, at any point?
No.
Can we please show Exhibit number 59? Can you describe what this picture shows, Mr. Grosskreutz?
This is me probably 30 seconds after I was shot by the defendant. You see who I believe to be Mr. Lukowski on the right of the screen. Me in the center with the blue paramedic hat. Right above my hat is Mr. Balch, I believe. And then to the left of me, unfortunately, I don't know who the two individuals who you can't see their faces are. Then that is a person I came to know as CJ Halliburton, who was also live streaming that night.
Hey, Perry. Yes, he was.
Him, myself, and Mr. Lukowski are. Mr. Halliburton is applying a tourniquet to my right bicep, while Mr. Lukowski and myself are trying to instruct Mr. Halliburton on the use and application of the tourniquet.
Can we please play Exhibit 60?
Hi, Brooklyn. Something from New York. Brooklyn from New York.
Hey, this is firearm. What the? Medic! That was not me. Hey, come on.
Keep him right there. We're coming out to you. We got right for a bear again. We're coming out to you.
Your Honor, I would move Exhibits 58, 59, and 60 into evidence.
Receive.
Would this be a good time for a break, Your Honor?
Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any of the count of the trial. We'll see you in a little bit.
That's fucking disgusting. I didn't expect that. I'm squeamish. I don't like stuff like this. I feel sick. Oh, to see that. I like your joke though, Brooklyn. I like that. Oh, oh, Jesus! I don't like stuff like that. Scory as hell. I did not expect that. Jonathan, you're not squeamish. Jonathan, you can't even watch a cow getting his hoof trimmed. You're right, Tim. You're right. Stay away from tenderloin. I will walk off. I did not expect that. That was a lot more than I thought. I don't do stuff like that. I don't even look at gore and blood on TV. That was not what I was expecting. I thought it was a little bit of a right. We'll slowly go forward. Fucking hell. By the way, welcome to everybody. I love Perry. I love them. But this is why, right, Perry, when Jonathan says he's not squeamish at all, he's petrified of other stuff when that was being shown. Ugh. Right arms matter. Yeah, they do. Mine does anyway. And here we go. The experts here. Special agents. Mighty mates.
What's up, buddy? How are you?
What? Yeah, good. You okay? I'll get this
Yeah.
over here. Of course, re-rack this now because I didn't re-rack it before now. So I've got questions, right? I try not to look at chat because chat are obviously they know what we're talking about, but also it's like, well, I try to make my own conclusion. But I got a mighty meat list of questions here for you. They're stupid questions, but they're questions I want answers. So if you don't mind answering a couple of questions, and then you can give your take about this guy then, and stuff like that. So my take on this guy, by the way, I think he's done pretty well on the stand so far. Not knowing what's to come. Not knowing what's to come. I think he's done all right. So, question from yesterday, which I wanted to ask you, right? This is Kyle, right?
Mhm.
Is he legally allowed to carry that gun? Oh, you got children there, don't worry, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to make sure they don't pop up because I can hear
Or
them.
just,
so.
just pop yourself off screen. Yeah, put yourself off screen if you need to, mate. It's all good. Is he a 17-year-old allowed to have a gun?
Yes.
Fine. I thought so. I'll correct myself because last night I said I did not believe he was allowed to. So I'll correct myself and say fine because I didn't think that. I thought he had to be 18 for some reason. Oh, thank you, Sandra McMurrin. Thank you, Sandra.
To purchase it legally, he would have to been 18. But
he can hold one. That's fine.
Right, you can possess and have one even if you're under 18. So
there's technically no legal age for that. That's fine. That's
right.
Clear that up for me. He can't buy one, but he can possess one. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
This is one thing that I went in fairness to Nunia. I said to Nunia last night that I thought that legally he wasn't allowed to carry one. But so I correct myself. I was wrong. Nunia was right. So that's one good question. That's a question I want to have to wait. Right. This right. So obviously we're watching all these videos in slow mo, basically, because they're not giving us the whole thing. But whenever I watched it, I watched this the scene now with Kyle on the floor. First of all, why are they running at him? And at the pace that I see them, they go so fast that Jesus Christ, what else are you supposed to do? You would shoot, wouldn't you?
I mean,
if you're
hindsight's beautiful. The ability to slow things down and really deal with looking at it from a future perspective in a cushy office with out any threat. I was cautioned, and it's probably why I don't do a bunch of the police shooting breakdowns or stuff like that. It's so hard to know what's in your mind and what is the situation that you're currently in. Like I can
Yeah.
Monday morning quarterback the hell out of it, but I don't know what the circumstance was. I don't know who was around. There's a lot of things the video doesn't show. And
Yeah.
so I always am very cautious on judging somebody's actions when I clearly don't know the whole picture. So
Yeah, fair. And I don't think we do know why were they running that. I may have missed that, but I don't understand why all those people were running that at him at that speed. Because that was a
Mhm.
lot of people in a very short he's on the floor. He's like when you're on your back on the floor, you're very vulnerable there. I I liked your answer, but I don't get it because I would be panicking like fuck that to be quite honest with you. If I was him. And the other thing was they on about re-racking, and I saw you calling about re-racking. So if he's re-racking a gun on the floor at that pace with all those people, how can you? What's a re-rack? I don't get what a re-rack is in terms of how can you do something that quickly when there actually is not that much time to do anything. Or am I talking
um
stupid?
so there's some thought process that he didn't re-rack, and we'll see that later in the trial, so I don't want to I mean it's a to he wouldn't have done it that quickly because the only reason that you're re-racking is or doing stuff like that is one, if you have a jam or if you have a light primer strike or something like that. And to to the fact that he only killed a couple people um is pretty magnificent with the situation he was in, honestly. um
Yeah.
so I I don't know. But yeah,
That's
to think that he did all that, it's kind of far-fetched. It wouldn't be my first choice. I would probably use the weapon as some kind of bludgeoning tool
yeah,
or start swinging
yeah,
something if I was in that situation. But
yeah.
again, I wasn't there, so
No. But this is a good question because I should have asked you this first of all because I don't even know the answer. What is re-racking? Tim doesn't know.
so you're basically taking a cartridge um, that did not work properly out of the firearm. So um, there's a charging handle. You pull it back, and it will eject your cartridge out of the gun, and you'll insert another cartridge into that gun. So you're not going to do it if it's fired. So, for instance, the way that they're explaining it, well, he shot and then he started re-racking. It's a semi-automatic weapon, so it's going to. They have gas pressure, so they automatically cycle. Is what I call it. I don't like the term re-rack, but they automatically cycle and bring the next bullet into the chamber using the gas pressure and the gas block. And so they eject the old cartridge, bring in a new one. And the only way that you would do it is if you had a malfunction. So if you just shot somebody, then it's obviously good ordnance. And could you charge it? There's a little charging handle. If it didn't close the bolt all the way, I mean, but to think he just went through and had to eject. Now that's different if you have a bolt action, like I have a bolt action rifle. You have to physically do the ejection, eject the cartridge, and advance another cartridge into the weapon.
Okay.
But something like an AR-15 is going to do that automatically. My Glock is going to do that automatically. So
Sort of understand. Like obviously we're not experts here, but that's a good explanation. I mean, Tim, I guessed there was something like that anyway.
mhm.
This is an interesting observation, right? Because SEN is from the UK as well, and I can understand this logic. So in the USA, you are not allowed to drink alcohol until you're 21, but you can walk the streets with a deadly weapon. You know, that's from the UK person. You know, and I get that view. But obviously, you guys, we went through this last time. This is
Yeah.
your culture. You're used to this. This is
Yeah.
not something that's new to you. You were born, and this is where SEN, myself, Perry, we were never born with any of this stuff, so we don't understand the weapon elements of it. But you guys, in fairness here, SEN, they, like Mike Dimmy, he's been taught how to properly use what do you call it, the weapon throughout the years and stuff like that, to use it properly. So when you gauge it down, there's only a small percentage of people probably that misuse weapons. So I sort of get a better understanding of that. It's obviously still it's bonkers to us, but it's because what you're saying is you can drink alcohol, you can't drink alcohol till 21 legally. That's mental, you know, because most places are 16 or 18, you know, so you've
Right.
got all this, you know, so that's why it doesn't make any sense, you know. Yeah.
No, it
So
doesn't. It doesn't make much sense to us either. But my 10-year-old's firearm certified,
yeah,
so he's went through a certification. He can tear one down. He can clean it. He shoots all the time. Shoots competitively. He's 10, so yeah.
I
don't know.
think it's going back to the parents though, of how, because it's a level of maturity there though. But this is why you go through classes and you show them how to do it. When you've got responsible parents, then it should be fine. It's just when you've got those, like, because we all have them. You've got these reckless maybe parents or reckless individuals that don't give a damn, no matter what. They're just going to go out and shoot, and if they want to kill, they're going to kill. Whatever happens, we have it in the UK as well. Do you know what I mean? So. So the proper process is train them young, let them understand the importance of it and stuff like that. And I like the fact that you said that you've only pulled your gun out once in all your time as a, you know, well, outside of law enforcement, then should we say?
Right, as a private citizen.
As a citizen. Yeah. So, okay. Christine, thank you very much, Christine. 4 months, thank you. No need to thank me for that. Hello, Chrissy, as well. Hello, Chrissy. So obviously, there's still going to be a little bit of, I can see disengagement because obviously, Clouds, you're like Perry, okay, boomer. Obviously, Perry's from the UK as well, so he's not, you know.
Yeah.
You know, so look, it's still new to all of us. I'm still learning. I came into this going, what WTF? After my conversation with you last time, and doing more research myself and understanding a little bit more, do I agree with it all? No, because I'm not brought up with it, but I start to get the logic behind it, and you know, I do understand it a lot more, and I understand a lot more about the self-defense element of it, and that's why I was asking a question about him being on the floor just now with everyone running at him. For me, that's self-defense. I could see that as self-defense, you know. So, yeah, okay, right.
The one thing I do agree with him, and I think this comes out later, so I'm trying really hard not to spoil stuff. But somebody grabbed his firearm. If somebody touches my firearm, I'm going to use it. Like if we're in that position and you grab my firearm, then you're probably not going to make it out of this exchange. Because then, and the law sees it as a simultaneous arming. Like both people are armed because both people have the weapon. So, yeah, I don't know, but
no, I got you. I do get you, Julio. Thank you. Also, remember that if a person has their hands on your weapon, they are now considered armed. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So that's interesting. Me and Dunya, we'll always have a little bit like me and Dunya, we love each other. We do love each other. I love her. She hates me. That's our relationship. Not when people are murdering, looting, and burning shit down. How protected makes sense. Yeah, I think where I disagree with Dunya here is that I wish that no one was out there doing it. As in,
right.
You know, why put yourself in that position in the first place? Why, you know, in some ways, let the building burn down. As far as I'm concerned, let the business burn down. You know, as shit as that sounds, because if you're going out there with a weapon, you're either putting the probability chance of you being shot or you you shooting someone goes up quite drastically, I think,
Mhm.
in those kind of high-tempered environments. So if it's my property, my building, I'd be protecting it. But if it's not, there's no chance in hell I'm protecting that, unless it's a close family member or something, so, or my best friend, so
Yeah, and
that's where
I
I'm coming from.
completely. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. So I completely agree with that. I wouldn't have been out there. I showed you the one time I went out. And,
Yeah.
probably wouldn't do that again. But yeah, no, I get it. There's a lot of risk involved with that, and you're putting yourself in a situation that you probably don't need to.
Yeah.
Also, again, every single day of my life, for God knows how long, I have a firearm. If you see me at the grocery store, I have a firearm. If you see me at the doctor, I have a firearm. If you see me walking down the street, I have a firearm. I have a firearm right now. Like, I always have a firearm. So it's not that foreign to me to have a
Yeah.
firearm walking around. It's just not. So
Yeah. And I see. I was there with you. I've advanced from where you are currently. I was there with you, but after speaking to people like Mike DeMeat and some of the people in chat, um, and understanding that they do go through training and responsible adults do train them and things like that. It's very rare that's ever used. Now, do I personally, and this might be a wild take, but I don't agree that Kyle was there in the first place. He shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Right.
But again, that's because I wouldn't have been there myself. But that's different thing. He was allowed legally to be there, so
Mhm.
so nothing we can change about that. So I had difficulties, baseball dad and Mikey, right? Until you both spoke here, I had very much difficulty in understanding the first one. So the first person that he shot and obviously died,
Mhm.
I found that this is now I understand a lot better. So I failed to understand why he was chasing Kyle, but that's the side. If you go to grab it and stuff like that, I don't know. I just didn't feel comfortable why he shot him if he was falling down and stuff. But then Chewie said, "Well, if you're going to grab something, or you said yourself, if you're going to grab it, I will be shooting." I
Mhm.
had thought about that because, yeah, I just thought him as being defenseless. But actually, if the intention of grabbing is there, then it's probably more fair game. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
In that situation, because the action's there. Even if he didn't grab it, the action of doing it is there. So I'm coming around a lot more to that now
Well,
than I was originally.
yeah. Well, and like Gage on the stand, that's what just drove me insane. Well, I would never use it. Well, then why do you have a pistol? If you're not going to use it, don't have it. You're just putting everyone at risk. You're just that's the most unnecessary risk. If you're not going to use it to end someone's life, don't carry it. It's plain and simple. Not that I'm going to do it or hell bent on doing it or would enjoy doing it, but if you don't have that ability in your person, then don't carry it. Don't carry it. So
This is a very volatile subject. I can see in chat, obviously there's Americans against the UK here, stuff like that. You've got to understand and respect the fact that us in the UK, we've never been brought up with this as well. And same way, I try to respect you as Americans, even though I don't fully comprehend it, but I do respect the fact that you've been brought up with this kind of culture. So, and in some ways, it's probably culture that we have that you guys might think, bloody hell, that's bonkers. Do you know what I mean? So, like Christy said, having a weapon provides protection. That's not what we go by. That's not our belief here in the UK. We don't have that. We don't carry guns, knives, anything like that. It's just not our culture. It's not our world. You're not supposed to do it. If you do it, you get arrested. You get put in jail. So that's the different mentality we all have. So there's no disrespect meant from my side. I'm sure from your side, guys. It's just
absolutely
different worlds colliding. We're trying to learn, and I've come a long way from last Friday until now, if I'm being completely honest with you, to understand the gun culture. But it's taken a lot of me, you know, learning from people in Mighty, learning from chat, going away, and thinking about stuff, as well. So here you go. We've got Julio. Thank you, Julie. Kind of amazing restraint that you've seen just play through. I think he had restraint there just now with that last video. Mighty said that as well. We think banning knives is insane. Exactly, don't you? Exactly. And we think having knives is insane. So yeah. UK police are carrying more guns now. Yeah, but they're specialist trained. They get called in. You will never see a police officer go out with a gun. Never. A normal police officer. It will be specialist divisions that go out, and they'll be called in specifically for that. You won't see a routine of a police officer going out with a gun in the UK. But yeah, we got completely different to how we live in the UK. Yeah, actually, it is. So I'm sure we respect, even though I don't fully appreciate it, I respect the fact that people like Mike Demeters would share his experiences. And I'm learning. It's still bonkers, don't get me wrong, to me. Like Nunia said, it's bonkers to her that we don't carry knives. I mean, for me, our culture it's bonkers. What? You got a weapon? You got a knife? Jesus Christ. Even Stanley knife is like, what? You got Stanley knife? Bloody hell. So it's just not something we're used to. So it is hard to comprehend. So so when we watch trials like this, we got loads of questions, and we probably come across as ignorant, and we probably come across as naive and whatever, but it's just not what we're used to. So, so SEN, lots of love to you. I know where you're coming from. It's all good, just we're not used to it. And in a way, I'm quite glad that we live in this culture. We're a bit naive in some ways. I like that, to be quite honest, because I've never touched a gun, so I've never been brought up on it. So if somebody put a gun in my hand now, I'd be, what the hell do I do with this? I'd be scared. Whereas if you're a youngster in the US, you've got a gun, being trained properly, it's second nature to you. It's nothing. I think that's what we've got to come across. I think with something we've got to forget about that 1 or 2% in the world that are going to use a gun, no matter what. If their intention is to kill somebody, they're going to kill them, no matter what. Same with knives and stuff in the UK. They're going to do it anyway, no matter how much you teach them. But obviously, you do train people. Maturity is there. So, yeah, and safe from gun violence. Yes. SEN, that's okay. You don't have to understand. We got it. Yeah, it's fine. Look, there's no disrespect on any of our sides. It's just two worlds colliding. So.
God, I couldn't think of being in law enforcement without carrying a gun. Wow.
It's bizarre. So my cousin, my uncle, they were all never trained with guns. Never. Do you know what I mean? It's just again just different worlds colliding. So
and it hurts getting shot. Let me just tell you, it hurts really bad.
I can imagine.
Really bad.
I can imagine. I can imagine. Right, let's get into this then. Okay. I think you're not across yet, are we? Okay, hang on, you're back up there. Can you stay for a little bit?
Yeah.
Cool. So you can see a little bit of this guy.
Getting into the back of it.
A bit too far. Yeah, Dirk answered he was on bail. I didn't understand he was out on bail. I didn't know he was on bail. Kyle. And his book is out there now, $55 for a signed copy. So
holy hell! Wow.
I think it's 55. It's 22, I think, without signing signature. 55 with it. So I think all is going towards his fund because he's been
Gotcha.
sued. So I think that's why he has to do it. Which, you know, that's reasonable when you think about it.
Right.
Because he's got whatever happens here in this court is he's still got a lot of people after him in terms of suing him and stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm. And that's what I brought up to you during the kind of talk we had on Saturday. Just because you do it doesn't mean you're absolved. You're going to pay. You're going to pay. You know, you're going to lose in civil court for wrongful death. You're going to pay out enormous amounts of money to attorneys and court costs. It's not fun. It's not. I wouldn't advise it. So
no, that's why stay at home, people, unless it's your own property. Jesus.
Mr. Grosskreutz, the last video we watched had some police individuals with their armored vehicles, and they appear to be escorting you away. Would that be fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
What happened after that?
After the police officers that responded in the Bearcat, or that armored personnel carrier, they assisted me getting into the back of it. The inside, from what I remember, is designed. There's 2 benches on either side with a pretty narrow walkway. From here, I had officers on either side of me. I had been seated on the floor in between the 2 bench seats. And then from there, I remember having a conversation with what I'm going to assume was the medic on that. I don't know if that was a SWAT team or what the organization of that unit was, but it appeared to me that whoever I was having this interaction with, this conversation with, was the medic, for lack of a more specific term. From there, from what I remember, this SWAT medic was attempting to start an IV on me. We then had a conversation regarding whether or not, well, let me back that up. While this medic was trying to start an IV on me, I had begun asking him to apply another tourniquet because my arm was still bleeding. So as far as medical practices can go, if whatever wound is still bleeding with a single tourniquet, the idea is you want this thing to be very, very tight to stop all blood flow. The idea is life over limb. But you can apply another tourniquet or an additional one to assist in stopping the bleeding. And then from there, we arrived at the hospital, and the SWAT members, the police officers, opened the back of the door, or the back door of the Bearcat. A few of them got out first and essentially provided a perimeter, and then another 1 or 2 officers helped me get up from. So I should clarify, I was sitting down in between the 2 benches. 1 officer helped me up, and then from there, I walked myself into the emergency room.
When you say you were at the hospital, is that KMH, Freighted South, down here on just off of Sheridan?
That is correct, yes.
And what sort of medical treatment did you receive either at that hospital or at subsequent facilities?
Upon arriving at the first hospital in the emergency room, the tourniquets were left in place. Once you put those on, you want to be very sure before you take them off. There's issues with blood clots and that sort of thing. From there, I remember having my vitals taken. So that includes like pulse, blood pressure, EKGs, which is heart rhythms, the pretty general stuff when anybody goes to the hospital. But then specific to my injury, they being the hospital staff, the ER doctor, who had been working that shift, determined that they were not able to provide adequate treatment for me. So for a little bit of clarification, hospitals, at least in Wisconsin, are on a tier system.
Why don't you ask another question?
Sure. So at the first hospital, KMH, they determined they needed to send you someplace else. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Where did you go from there?
I don't recall the name of the hospital. I do know that I was transported by ambulance to an additional hospital. I remember the ambulance ride only being about 5 minutes.
And then at that hospital, did they treat you, or did you have to go someplace else after that?
Originally, I was supposed to be treated at that hospital, but given the severity of my injury, it was determined that I was going to be transported by Flight for Life to Freighter in Milwaukee.
And once you got up to Freighter in Milwaukee, did you have to undergo any surgical procedures or anything?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. When I first arrived to Freighter in Milwaukee, I was brought into the trauma room. Essentially, from there, I was stripped naked, getting prepped for surgery. And that surgery, from my understanding, is the first one is what's called a debridement. Essentially, what that is it's a very deep cleaning of a wound to stave off infection. Essentially, it's scraping away the dead tissue.
Now, we've heard other testimony that when you were shot, it was shortly before midnight on August 25th. Were you eventually taken up to Freighter, Milwaukee sometime overnight?
In the early morning, yes.
And the surgery, would that have occurred shortly after you got to that hospital?
Almost immediately after me getting there, yes.
Do you recall if there were any other surgical procedures done on you while you were at Freighter that early morning?
The early morning, I don't believe I had any surgeries. I was in the ICU, a few rooms over from Jacob Blake, and that, like I said, it's an intensive care unit, so it's for serious traumatic injuries or medical ailments. But then from there, I was moved to what would essentially be a tier down from that, so it's like the long-term ICU, if that makes sense. And then from there, I had I don't recall if it was 2 or 3, but I do know I had at least 2 more of these debridement surgeries. Again, that sort of cleans off the tissue.
Was there eventually surgical procedures done to try and repair the damage to your arm?
Yes.
When was that?
That would have been the Monday, the following Monday.
And have you undergone more than one of those types of procedures?
That specific procedure, no.
Okay. Overall, how much treatment have you received since this shooting to try and repair the damage?
I would say about a week in the hospital for emergency care. Then from there, several months of physical therapy.
Now, when you got to the hospital, one of the hospitals, you said they took everything off of you. Did you have anything with you that you had picked up on the street while you were out around that night?
Yes, I did.
What did you have?
I had a spent tear gas canister.
I have an exhibit here which has been marked as exhibit number 61, I believe. Is that what the sticker says on there? Okay. I'm going to have Detective Antaramian remove this item and hold it up for the jury. Mr. Grosskreutz, is the detective holding up the item that you're referring to?
Yes, yes.
I would move exhibit 61 into evidence. Where did you find that?
That would have been maybe 50 feet south on Sheridan from Car Source.
From that 59th Street
Or,
car source?
I'm sorry. Yes, 59th Street Car Source.
Okay. And you said it was spent, meaning whatever originally was there, all the gas had come out.
Correct.
Is that right? So it wasn't capable of doing any further damage or harm to anyone.
Correct.
Why did you pick it up?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
So did there come a time in which law enforcement officers came to speak to you at the hospital?
That's correct.
Did they ask you to sign a release for them to obtain your medical records?
They did.
And did you in fact do so?
I did.
He's been prepped so hard, by the way.
Yeah,
Did you
could
also
tell.
provide the
You could tell he's doing well. Yeah, so
Mhm.
you could tell he's been prepped and stuff. So yeah, Nevada, I love Nevada. So.
officers with a statement about what had happened to you?
Yes, I did.
And did you describe to them the fact that you had been recording the night's events on a Facebook live stream?
Yes, I did.
When you say a Facebook live stream, is that something that if someone's on Facebook, they could possibly see that if they wanted to?
That is correct.
Did you also have a copy of that video on your phone?
No, not a physical copy.
Where was the actual file itself in the world, if you will?
When you record something on Facebook Live, it gets stored in your profile videos, photos. So while I didn't have a physical copy of it on my phone, I was able to access the recording via my Facebook through my phone. That makes sense.
Were the police, did you make them aware of the fact that there was that video out there?
Yes, I did.
around the time that you were in the hospital that night after the shooting, in the early morning hours, etc., did you become concerned about your own personal safety?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
After the events of August 25th, it was made known to me pretty quickly that people online and in person were.
Sure sounds like it.
It goes to his state of mind, Your Honor. There's
What state of mind about what?
cooperating.
Um,
This is
that-
intimidation.
that- See, the rule is you can't buttress credibility unless it's attacked.
It has been with the detective's testimony, Your Honor. There's been questioning over his cooperation level already.
I'm going to overrule the objection and allow the evidence. But and we're working again with the hearsay rule. So I'm not going to permit the evidence to be considered as proof of what he may have seen or heard about what was on the internet, but rather as proof of circumstances operating on his mind. Does that make sense? So it isn't to be taken as true. If, let's, for example, I'm gathering you're going to suggest there was some suggestion of harm, potential harm. It's not being offered to prove that there was in fact a true risk from any particular source of any harm, but rather what he concluded based upon the information that he heard. Make sense? Okay, thank you.
Please continue telling us about your concerns for your safety.
So like I had just said, it had been made aware to me that people online were making threats, going above just personal opinion, as well as people coming outside my place of residence, family members, including my mother, my grandmother, an aunt that I had hardly talked to. And that became very concerning for me.
Did there come a time in which the investigating officers asked you for access to everything on your cell phone?
Through my attorney, yes, I did.
Was that something that you were interested in turning over to law enforcement?
At the time, I was under the impression that I was fully cooperating, and so yes, that is something that I was willing to do.
Did that actually happen?
No, that did not.
Do you know why not?
At the time, no. I didn't know.
Did you personally ever make a decision to refuse to give over all of the contents of your cell phone to law enforcement? Did you personally?
I never personally refused that, no.
May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Grosskreutz, I have put in front of you a document which has been marked as exhibit number 68. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Essentially, this document that I'm looking at is an official form for informed consent to disclose evidence, personal property, personal records.
Do you know whose form that is?
My form.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
which agency or entity created that form, if you know?
It is marked by the Kenosha Police Department and the Kenosha County District Attorney.
And is this a form that was presented to you by a law enforcement officer so that they could get access to your medical records?
Yes.
Did you sign that form?
Yes, I did.
What day did you sign it?
August 26th, 2020.
I'd move exhibit 68 into evidence.
Objection? Proceed.
After everything that you've been through, Mr. Grosskreutz, do you still have any physical issues with your arm?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Apart from the obvious loss of tissue, muscle doesn't grow back. Aside from that, and perhaps things being difficult, like larger, heavier things being difficult to lift, I do have a neurological deficit on my arm. So I'd say about here where the injury is. Essentially all of this, and through my thumb, I'm not able to feel. I am able to move it, but there is no sensation in that area.
And I just want to, for the record, demonstrate you held up your right arm. You indicated that the wound was near the crux of your elbow.
Correct.
And you indicated that there was no feeling in an area of the arm, which, if I'm characterizing this correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it looked like you were describing the top of your forearm running from the elbow down to your right thumb. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
In the area where that wound was, did you have a tattoo?
I did.
Is that
I'm sorry, I still do.
And what does that tattoo say?
Tattoo is a image of a pretty prominent symbol in the healthcare field. It's the snake wrapped around the cross, or sorry, around the staff. On the top, there is a banner that says "Do no harm," meaning do no harm. It's a banner on the top here, and then on the bottom, there was a banner that said "Do no harm," KNOW harm. Yes.
And that's one of the mantras of the medical industry: is first, do no harm.
Correct.
One moment, please.
All right, cross-exam.
Here we go. Here we go.
So, Mr. Grosskreutz, on the morning of the 26th of August, do you remember telling the officer who interviewed you, sometime during the incident, my Gen 4 Glock 27 that has a belt clip attached fell off my waist? Remember that?
I don't recall saying that, no.
Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 69 for identification. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay. And that's, if I could be fair, I'm not going to stand by it the whole time, so I'm sorry, but is that your signature?
That is.
Okay. And it appears that that is, it says on 8/25/20 at 11:30 p.m. at 6300 Sheridan Road, and then it goes on a narrative version of your statement. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And if I could, toward the end of that large paragraph, you'd agree it says, sometime during the incident, my Gen 4 Glock 27 that had a belt clip attached fell off my waist, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's a lie, right?
I wouldn't say that's a lie, no.
You didn't take the Glock out of your back here and run with it?
I did.
So it didn't fall off your waist. It was in your hand.
That's correct.
So you would say that's not a lie?
No, I would say it isn't.
Okay. And you told that to multiple officers. Isn't that true?
I don't know.
Same exhibit, sir. The next sentence. I told multiple officers that I dropped my firearm, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't drop your firearm. You were chasing Mr. Rittenhouse with your gun, right?
You are.
You were chasing him with your gun? Yes?
No.
You didn't chase him down Sheridan Road, pulling your gun, chasing after him. That's a lie. You're saying that didn't happen.
I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but I wasn't chasing the defendant.
You were running after him?
No.
No. Okay. Did you ever get charged for not telling the truth to the police about dropping your gun?
No.
Did you ever tell the police in here on this statement that you actually had a firearm in your hand and pointed it at the defendant?
No, I did not.
You never told him you had a gun at all in terms of as you had an interaction with Mr. Rittenhouse. True?
That is correct.
And I know you said you don't know, but Jason Lekowski testified that he picked up that firearm that he believes belonged to you, and there was one in the chamber. Do you dispute that that could be true?
No, I do not.
Now, you had talked about your purpose of being there that evening. You're a member of our Wisconsin Revolution, are you not?
No, I'm not.
You're a member of the People's Revolution?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken at their rallies?
I haven't won.
And during that rally, have you made statements such as "Long live the revolution"?
I have.
And you have no affiliation with them, though?
Affiliation, yes.
Okay, there's some of those people in the crowd today, aren't there?
Yes.
Now, your first statement to Officer, I think it's Birch, on the morning of the 26th. When he's asking you about what happened, if I have this right, you don't explain at all to him as to how you approached Mr. Rittenhouse with your gun, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't remember specifically on the document. No.
In fact, 6 hours after you had been shot, you had a lawyer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you wanted to stop the interview with the police because you had a lawyer, right?
That is correct.
And this is a civil lawyer, right?
That is one thing that she represents, yes.
Okay. And she's in court today, right?
Yes, she is.
Okay. And I know this wasn't addressed, but you have I'm going to show you Exhibit 62. So I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit number 62. This is a notice of claim. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Filed on your behalf by your lawyer, right?
That is correct, yes.
Making a notice or telling, among others, the city and county of Kenosha that you would like $10 million. True?
That is correct.
Did you read this?
I did.
So are you aware in this document stated you never mentioned that you actually possessed a firearm? You know that?
That is correct.
You left that part out, right?
That's correct.
Judge, I would move 62.
Is there objection?
No.
Proceed.
You then had, shortly thereafter, I want to say in October, I'm going to show you what is Exhibit 63. You have now filed a lawsuit in federal court. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you read that?
Yes, I did.
In that document, you again failed to mention that you possessed a firearm. Is that right?
That is correct.
So you, in these documents that you are filing in the courts, you are leaving out the fact that you had possessed a firearm when you were shot, right?
That is correct.
And this is, so to be fair, this is your testimony today, and how this case turns out has an impact on your ability to try to collect your $10 million, right?
That is correct.
So if he's convicted, if Mr. Rittenhouse is convicted, your chance of getting $10 million is better, right?
I'm not entirely sure how that plays out.
Haven't had any conversations with your lawyer about
Well,
that?
you're not going to have to have conversations with this lawyer.
Okay, fair enough. You're aware that if Mr. Rittenhouse is convicted, your chances of getting the $10 million are better?
I'm not objection. This has been asked and answered. I don't think he's got a basis to answer that.
Judge,
Well, I sustain on the first ground.
I would move 63.
Objection? Receive.
So you were asked by Attorney Banger about a live stream that you had been running that evening, right?
That is correct.
All right. And there are, as far as I can tell, 3 instances in which you see, at least on that live stream, you see Mr. Rittenhouse. You agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Do you have them? And during that first contact, which we'll see.
Hi, Kim. No, this is not an officer. This is a guy who Kyle shot and his bicep went Gage or something. His name is.
Gage Grosskreutz.
There we are. Thank you, Josie. I do tend to go forward when I concentrate. Yeah. The love is your daddy. Jesus Christ.
You're filming. You had talked a little bit about this. You were filming him. 23:45. That's fine. Just wait.
No, I don't define no legal. I ain't gonna let that shit down.
I don't think you understand what defund means. We're not asking for abolition yet. We're asking for social programs to be funded. So we don't end up with more redneck asses like you.
Yeah, when I see on the street, I'm putting these hands on that bitch.
This is my first time tonight.
I don't like being tear gas. Nobody likes being tear gas.
I understand why you guys are out here. There's a lot of fucking people from out of town last night. I'm not seeing as many people from out of town this time. I don't think it's
No, and like our whole goal here is straight up with us right there. We're gonna push y'all to us, have y'all get pissed off at us, and then wrap you guys the fuck up.
right.
So that's
Time that you saw him have contact with people who were carrying the woman, you had said?
Yes.
And now, to be fair, you didn't think he was doing work as an EMT properly, right?
In that instance?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that you thought he was doing it? How did you think he was doing it?
I hadn't even observed the defendant administer anything, so at that point,
You didn't see him threaten anybody, right?
no, I did not.
You didn't see him point his gun at anyone?
No, I did not.
You didn't see him raising his voice in an agitated manner or anything like that?
No, I did not.
And I know you said that you heard people say something along the lines of "Don't go to them." Do you help her out?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now later on, 31 minutes. 31:00. Later on, you see him walking. Would that be fair? Right? You can play from right there.
Looks like the Boogaloo boys, middle boys rolling up. Two right there. Two right there.
You fucking laugh, bitch, fuck you.
Yep.
So you hear him say, "Anybody need a medic?" Right?
Correct.
Natalie, go ahead.
Got our own medics. You're good. You can go home. Fucking stupid.
And that's you, right?
Speaking?
Yeah.
That is correct.
So you say you can go home, you fucking stooge. Right?
Correct.
Okay. He didn't do anything to you, did he?
No.
You didn't see him threaten anyone, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't see him act aggressive toward anyone, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, again, whether you agree that he's a medic or not, he's asking people if they need help. Agreed?
That is correct.
Then 57:28. Mr. Binger had asked you about this one, and this is the time that Mr. Rittenhouse you videotaped him. That's not right there. Go ahead.
Hey, your job isn't to be in the streets. You guys stay on your property. That's why you got problems already with people.
So you see him pulling a dumpster out of the road, right?
Correct.
And you'd agree on a normal situation, a dumpster is not supposed to be in the road.
In normal situations, yes.
And you hear somebody telling him, "Hey, that's not your job. You're not to do that," right?
That is correct.
He doesn't react to that person at all, does he?
No, he does not.
He doesn't threaten that person in any way.
No, he does not.
He doesn't point his firearm at that person.
No, he does not.
To be fair, he ignores that person, doesn't he?
I think that's a fair way of putting it.
Okay. And in terms of the next time you really see him is your contact with him on Sheridan Road after the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, right?
That's correct.
Now, you were asked, were you armed with a firearm? And you said that you were, right?
One
Mr. Binger said, what do you bring? And you said keys, wallet, whatever else, and a gun, right?
I did say that, yeah.
Kind of standard operating procedure for you out in the summer of 2020?
Not just the summer of 2020.
Oh, so you had carried your firearm at times previous to that?
That's correct.
And you're doing that for personal protection, correct?
Correct.
And you're carrying it concealed, are you not?
That is correct.
It's unlawful for you to carry it concealed. Is that not true?
Unlawful?
Yeah, you can't carry a concealed weapon without a CCW permit, right?
That is correct, yes.
You have to open carry. You have to have, been talking about people with their guns out. You have to carry it with it out if you don't have a CCW permit, right?
That is correct.
And you didn't have a CCW permit, did you?
I did have a CCW
It
permit.
wasn't valid, correct?
After the fact, yes, I found out that it was not valid.
So have you been charged for unlawfully carrying a firearm?
No, I have not.
So you're carrying a gun for protection in your, if I have it right, back here, right?
That is correct.
And I'm motioning into my belt here.
Correct.
Okay. Now, your first contact with Mr. Rittenhouse, I think you had testified that you believed that he said to you that he was going to the police, or that he was working with the police, right?
That is correct.
Well, on your statement on the 26th, which is the first statement you gave to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
You told law enforcement, I heard the guy say, quote, that he pulled the gun on me first, unquote, right?
That is correct.
So you never say to the police during your interview, he told me he was working with you guys. You never tell them that, do you?
That is correct.
So when you make contact with Mr. Rittenhouse, tell me if this is fair. And I'm not, Mr. Binger's asked witnesses to do this, so I'm going to ask you to do the same. You've probably watched videos, you've probably seen all this. I'm asking you to put yourself back there at that time, okay? You know shots are fired, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the only information that you have is Mr. Rittenhouse saying, according to you, he pulled the gun on me first, right?
Correct.
And based on that, you believe there's an active shooter.
Not solely on that, but yes.
You don't have any information,
Stargate.
correct?
I had minimal information.
And in fact, what he says to you was, I'm going to the police, correct?
That is correct.
And he's running toward the police, isn't he?
That is correct.
Okay. So and tell me if this is right. You have no idea what happened with Mr. Rosenbaum, do you?
Apart from, no. No.
On that day.
Correct.
Okay. And he tells you he's running, and he tells you, whatever he tells you, I'm going to the police, or what you think is, he pulled the gun first, and he's running away from you, right? He's running north on Sheridan Road. Yes.
Correct.
And he's running away from where you're standing. True?
Correct.
You at that point pull a firearm out from your belt and begin to chase him. True?
That is not true.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 35. Can you take a peek at that for a second? That's a picture of you, is that right?
On the right-hand side with the blue cap and
You can put that where this is you, right?
correct.
Okay. And you're digging into your waistband in the back, are you not?
Yes,
That's where your gun is located, is it not?
that is correct.
Okay. Do you see Kyle Rittenhouse in this picture?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. So if we can be fair here, this isn't him, right?
No, it is not.
And you don't believe that's him?
I don't believe so, no.
And you'd agree none of these other people are him either?
I think that's a fair thing to say, yes.
Okay. What do you think, to the best of your ability, how far that guy's ahead of you?
It'd be hard to tell, but based on what I can see here, maybe 30 feet.
Okay. So you believe, based on this, Mr. Rittenhouse is more than 30 feet ahead of you because he's not behind that guy, right?
Yes.
So he's 30 feet, at least 30 feet ahead of you. You look like at that point you're moving. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So with him 30 feet ahead of you, running away from you, at that point, you pull your firearm and begin to chase him, correct?
No.
You don't begin to chase him?
Nope. No, I do not.
You head in the direction that he's running. Yes?
Correct.
But you just happen to be running in that direction? It has nothing to do with Kyle Rittenhouse running in that direction?
No, it does have to do with the defendant running in that direction, yes.
Okay. So you are trying to chase him down?
No.
You can hear people yelling at that point, get him, get his ass, things like that, right?
That is correct, yes.
Did you hear, there's one that I've heard on this, and I don't know if you've heard it. Cranium that boy. Did you hear that?
I've heard it after the fact. In that moment, I do not recall hearing that, no.
Okay. But you acknowledge you hear get him and get his ass.
Correct, I do.
Okay. So fair at that point, you believe those people are chasing him down.
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to use the word mob, you use whatever word you want. It's getting bigger as they're running, isn't it? More people are joining this.
I think that's a fair thing to say.
And you believe, well, tell me if this is true. You were concerned for Kyle Rittenhouse's safety.
Yes, I was.
You were concerned because you saw, and I'm going to refer to him as the only way we refer to him, jump kick man. So you see this guy kick him in the face. True?
I do not see Jump Kick Man kick him in the face.
You see him attempt to kick him in the face?
From my perspective, I didn't see any specific motion regarding kicking. But it is fair to say that I did observe Jump Kick Man going over the defendant.
Okay. And he's going, if you remember, he's going over to the defendant with his foot in the air, correct?
I don't recall that.
You have a picture of it.
Who's Jump Kick Man?
The guy in the yellow pants.
Okay, do we see him or something? Is he-
Yeah. We'll see him in videos coming up.
Okay.
And before I bring it up, to be fair, you're making up ground on Mr. Rittenhouse, correct? As you're running in his direction.
Correct.
Okay, you eventually catch him.
Correct.
Come up to him, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, he is.
Rosebud, I'm seeing for ages, Rosebud. Hope you're well. Julie, yes, he is apparently to Mike to meet. We'll soon see. We'll test you both out now. Oh.
You turn around, or whichever you want to do. You see that going on, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if we're being honest with one another, he appears to be trying to kick him in the face, right?
In this photograph, yes.
Okay. How far away from this when it's going on are you?
I don't recall how far away I was exactly when this action occurred.
You're a matter of
Mike T, you were wrong. That's White Pants, man.
Oh, I thought he was yellow pants.
They say your Yellow Pants was jumping on the car.
Oh, okay. I remember there were some pants.
There we are. It's Julie, 1-0 to Julie. Julie, yes, go Julie. So am I. Oops. So am I. I'm glad we got on with this. So, for those that don't know, I was going to finish this trial after 2 days, but I carried on. So, same here. I am glad because I've learned that. Without you guys knowing, I've learned a lot. So, boom.
I think that's a fair thing to say.
Okay.
Close.
All right, and you're seeing this, so you are having some concern, maybe as a medic or while you're training, that Kyle Rittenhouse is in physical danger. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and you believe he's in physical danger because he's being attacked, right? That's fair.
It's a fair thing to say, yes.
Okay. So you see this, then you see. Can you bring up the Huber picture, please?
Oh, that's where yellow
Then you
pants
see
came from.
Mr.
I knew there was a yellow pants guy, but I thought it was this guy.
Is the The other podcast was early in the video. One with early in the video, accused Rittenhouse of pointing a gun at him.
Gotcha.
Defense team. Here we are, Lou. Oh, you see this, Lou. So Lou is obviously from the UK. Lou is a very intelligent. Well, I mean, she hates me saying that, but she's very intelligent person. I hate that because she says everyone's intelligent, which I agree with, but I respect Lou's opinion. I'm not sure if you see the Lou. I found this trial very difficult to start about the whole weapon situation and stuff, but I've gradually got to know it a lot better. So, yeah, because you've watched it before, I'm not sure if you had any difficulty first off, or if you were like, no, I know what I'm doing. Right.
Then you know that you didn't know it then, but you know now that's Anthony Huber, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you saw this happening, right?
Correct.
And it was no more from me to you away probably at that point, true?
I don't recall, but it's probably fair. Yes.
And in fact, you had mentioned to the officers that you even recalled Mr. Huber holding onto the trucks of that skateboard when he was striking you, right?
Correct.
And that, to be fair, as a medic, that concerned you, did it not?
I think anytime that there's a risk of head trauma, it's a risk.
Yeah, no, fair enough. So you believe in this picture, one of the reasons you wanted to intervene was you believe that Mr. Rittenhouse was in danger of being seriously hurt, right?
In part, yes.
And you had mentioned to the police that evening that you tried telling Mr. Huber, you just said the guy, but you tried telling the guy to stop hitting him with the skateboard. Is that right?
That is what I put in my statement, yes.
Is that true?
With the benefit of hindsight, I don't believe that to be true, no.
Okay, so when you told that to the police that you told the guy with the skateboard to stop hitting him, that's not correct. That's not true.
That is correct.
Now, your original statement then to the police was, I tried telling the guy to stop hitting him with the skateboard. The guy on the ground then turned over, racked the weapon, and pointed his gun at me and shot me, right?
That is correct, yes.
You omitted the fact that you ran up on him and had a Glock pistol in your hand, right? You left that out.
Correct.
Would you think in a case where you are shot that providing the police information that you were actually possessing a firearm at the time would be relevant?
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay. But you didn't think it was relevant to tell them that day, correct?
It's not that I didn't think it wasn't relevant. After the defendant had shot me, I had just gotten out of surgery when the Kenosha police officers had arrived and just gone through one of the most traumatic experiences in my life, both emotionally and physically. I'd just gotten out of surgery. I had just been sedated. I was on pain meds. So
Go ahead, I'm sorry. I don't like her.
sorry. It wouldn't have been a purposeful omission.
You were asked at that
Sure,
same
well-
statement what you did for work, and you refused to answer that, right?
That is correct.
So you made a conscious decision to not answer that.
That is correct.
You weren't so drugged that you couldn't answer that question, right?
I refused because I was worried for my safety.
My point is that you had a thoughtful process not to answer that. True?
That is correct.
You told this officer specifically what Mr. Rittenhouse was wearing, correct?
That is correct.
You had a thoughtful process, even though you just got out of surgery and were drugged and whatever else was going on, which I understand. You were still able to answer all those questions to the best of your ability, and they were accurate, right?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Okay. So the fact that you failed to mention that you possessed a firearm when you were shot and that you dropped it, were those things that you forgot because of your medication?
I would say not only the medication, but also the traumatic experience that I had just gone through.
And you understand it's the only information that you appear to have forgotten that puts you with a gun directly in front of him, right?
That is correct.
Oopsie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you are also then interviewed again by law enforcement in September. Is that right?
That is correct.
You bring your lawyer.
Correct.
Mr. Binger's there?
Not in person.
Okay, but he's present in that.
He was attending the meeting, yes.
And there were three.
Sorry, he was present via Zoom.
Okay, and there were a total, if you remember, 3 prosecutors present, right?
The only 2 people who I were aware with their official capacity was the lead detective, Ben Antaramian, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, and then Mr. Binger.
Yes.
But as for the other people, I'm sure they mentioned their names, but those are the 2 people that stuck out, I guess I should say.
So the people that you recall, Detective Antaramian, Mr. Binger, your lawyer, and you.
Correct.
And you were asked on that day, which would be, now that would be your second statement, you were asked about what had happened, right?
Correct.
And had you viewed some of the video between the shooting and the interview that you gave on, I think it was the 24th of September?
I can't say for sure, but I would say it's a very fair guess that I had at least seen something at that point, or by that point.
And in that
Yes. He's about to.
interview, you don't answer any questions about the shooting, do you?
No, I do not.
This
Yes.
detective on a homicide case, where you are also shot, is trying to gather information to figure out exactly what went on, and you refuse to answer questions about that, right?
Specifically about the shooting?
Yeah.
That is correct.
Was that your decision or your lawyer's decision?
That was the advice that my counsel gave me.
So your counsel wouldn't let you answer questions about your involvement. True?
I wouldn't say that she wouldn't let me, but she advised against it.
So your statements about what actually happened, first time that we're getting an insight as to what actually happened is today, right?
I don't think that's accurate.
Well, on the 24th, you refused to answer questions, right?
The 24th of
September.
correct.
And the day after the incident, you acknowledged you left out the fact that you even had a gun, right?
That is correct.
You were asked, Mr. Binger asked you about this. You were asked for permission to look through your phone, right?
I do recall that, yes.
You never actually gave your phone to Detective Antaramian to look through, did you?
My phone was picked up off the street the night of the 25th. So no, I didn't give my phone to anyone.
Hey, KT.
Somebody, and I'm assuming a police officer had picked it up.
My question to you, that wasn't my question to you. My question to you was, Detective Antaramian asked you for permission to look through your phone, and you never gave him your phone. True?
I never gave him permission to look through my phone, no.
Are you aware that he had a search warrant for your phone?
No, I was not.
So, if I can, Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm going to walk you through a little bit of the video. Okay? Are we going to have it?
I haven't been notified that the lunch is here, but
I got a pop up with a reading message.
you heard what?
15, 20 minutes. I sent
From
you.
now?
Yes. You.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Are you fine with time?
You would ask for 12 to 1.
Right.
You were in the middle of an examination, so I will, I'll hear from you guys as to what you want to do.
If it's not here, I'm fine. I'm ready to continue. I just didn't know if you had proper pace. Something for an hour. Whenever
Okay. I'll give you an hour whenever we stop.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so just, I'm going to have you stop it a lot. Okay, go ahead. Now, you see that? This isn't you, but you see this gentleman right here? You see that?
I do.
He's,
Would you like Sister Marcian's pointer? It's up to you. I don't, you're welcome to use your glasses if you want.
He's got it.
Oh, he's got it.
see this gentleman right here, right?
I do.
Okay, now you agree he advanced on what ran after came up to Mr. Rittenhouse, right?
Can you rewind just slightly?
You just go, you go back 10, but- So, you agree that he runs up to Mr. Rittenhouse and then applies the brakes, right?
I do.
Okay, and you'd agree that he's me to you away,
And it's a
Okay.
fair assessment, yes.
2-3 feet. He's advancing on Mr. Rittenhouse, and you'd agree he puts his hands up, and Mr. Rittenhouse never fires his gun. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you're off screen here at this point, right? You haven't come into the frame yet?
No, I have not.
Okay. That is, for lack of a better term, this gentleman right here. This is Junk Kick Man, right?
I believe so, yes.
So you can play it. So you now see that Junk Kick Man kicked Mr. Rittenhouse in the face, and 2 shots are fired, correct?
With this video, yes.
Okay. You hear that, right?
In the moment, yes, I did hear it.
Okay. Now, if you can see, and we'll play it. I'm not trying to. This is Mr. Huber, correct?
It is hard to see with whatever is blocking.
Play it for a second. Okay, that's Mr. Huber, right?
That is correct, yes.
Now, this person here that's just coming into.
Did you just smash the skateboard over him?
Mm-hmm.
It's a fucking hell. So what? The guy on the floor, this guy booted him.
Yeah.
And this guy
I mean, he's
with a
getting his
fucking
ass beat.
skateboard.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. That skateboard is heavy. That's
Mm-hmm.
going to really fucking hurt. Jesus Christ, I didn't know that.
Yep.
That's you.
That is correct, yes.
And you are running, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, you had originally said that you wanted, you were going to tell Mr. Huber to stop beating him, but now you understand that you didn't say anything. You were just running, whatever word you want. You're moving towards Mr. Rittenhouse, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. We just heard a shot, yes?
Correct.
Okay. And to be fair, that you put on the brakes, right? You were running, you then almost stop in your tracks. Fair enough?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know if your arms are up at that point, but it looks like you're kind of protecting your head at that point. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. How far do you think you are away from him at that point, to the best of your ability?
I would say about there, between
Me and you?
you and I, correct.
So 3 feet?
3 to 5.
Okay. Now, at that point, you have your hands up, right?
Yes, I do.
Now, you probably don't notice at the time. You guys holding up what looks like a wooden club of some type?
Some sort of wooden object, yes.
Okay. So your hands are up, and at that point, he has not fired at you, correct?
No, he is not.
It's going to be quick. You'd agree at this point, you are dropping your hands, you are loading your front foot, and you are moving toward Mr. Rittenhouse at that point. True?
Yes.
Here's where it's going to get good.
When you were shot, can you bring up a photo? You'd agree. And now wait, how close do you think you are to him at that point?
3 feet. If it was 5 feet before, it would. So
tell me if I've got the lay of the land. At this point, you're holding a loaded, chambered Glock 27 in your right hand. Yes?
that is correct, yes.
You are advancing.
Well, he said in his directly, he wasn't.
Yeah. Wait. It gets better.
Mr. Rittenhouse, who is seated on his butt, right?
That is correct.
You're moving forward, and your right hand drops down with your gun. Your hands are no longer up, and now the gun is pointed in the direction of Mr. Rittenhouse. Agree? I'll give you a picture. Maybe that'll help.
This is the entire case right here.
What's the next one?
This is important, yeah.
So, Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 67. That's a photo of you, yes?
Yes,
Okay. That's Mr. Rittenhouse?
correct.
Okay. Now,
Oh,
you'd agree your firearm
Yeah.
is pointed at Mr. Rittenhouse, correct?
Yes.
oh,
And once your firearm is pointed at Mr. Rittenhouse,
It gets better, I promise.
yes?
No.
So, look, I don't want to. Does this look like right now your arm is being shot?
That looks like my bicep being vaporized, yes.
Okay. And it's being vaporized as you're pointing your gun directly at him. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, when you were standing 3 to 5 feet from him with your arms up in the air, he never fired, right?
Correct.
It wasn't until you pointed your gun at
Right
him,
here.
advanced on him, with your gun, now your hands down, pointed at him, that he fired, right?
Correct.
Oh, wow. Done.
It wasn't until like,
Done.
yeah, and Kyle knows it. Everybody knows it. Like, it wasn't until you pulled your gun and threatened him with your gun that he shot you. Like,
'Cause-
goodbye your 10 million, 15 million. Goodbye case. Goodbye everything.
Kyle.
It should have been over right here.
Kyle's crying. Do you know what I mean? Jesus
He knows it's
Christ.
over. Yeah, that's as far as this case should have went. It should have been over right there.
Katie says, look at the recorder. Oh, the face of the recorder. Well, let's watch that again just to see.
It wasn't until you pointed your gun at him, advanced on him, with your gun, now your hands down, pointed at him, that he fired, right?
Correct.
I mean, how is it anything else?
Yeah, so that after learning everything I'm learning, you just can't do that.
No.
Do you know what I mean? So that's game, set, match. You know, because that's a set. Hang on. So the first one. Sorry, guys, I'm going back. So the first one that we justify that because he went to grab the gun, yeah. So that's self-defense. You shouldn't lunge and try and, even though he may not have grabbed it, you should never go for someone's gun because that's self-defense. So fine. So we now know he's allowed to do that and shoot somebody. Fine. I'm fine with that first one. I wasn't fine with it, but now I'm fine with it. The second guy is this one, but he does not kill this guy, does he? He just shoots him there.
Right.
That is justified because when his hands are up, he doesn't shoot. When his hand comes down and guns pointed, that's when he shoots. Also, either he's a shit target or he didn't intend to kill anyway because he just went for the arm type of thing. Because if he had a full body there, he could have shot in the stomach or wherever he wanted, really. So, okay. But then we still got the third one. So that's game set match for those two, but then we've still got a third one that we got to evaluate, don't we? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, it kind of shows a state of mind though, and then the third one's tied into it as well. So
fine. So,
yeah,
fine. So up until now, I can justify that as self-defense. All of that, I can see that from what I've learned from you. So if I can understand that, so one more person to go, which is tied into this somehow. Fine.
Yeah. So Gage, I think Gage was the third one shot, but I don't think they went into depth with the second individual killed yet. So
okay. So somebody else might have been killed before now. Then we just don't know about it. Fine. Okay.
Right.
Okay. What was that? He wasn't trying to kill anyone. He was defending. Yeah, fair. You know, I just think that he could have, like, if that was me, I think I just shoot. I don't care where it lands. Do you know what I mean? If it lands on his dick, I don't give a shit. Like, just get away from me. Do you know what I mean? Perceives he may have aimed it to his arm. You know, I think that he could have shot anywhere on his body, and he'd been justified in that situation. As weird as that sounds, me saying that. But
and there's so much going on at that point. There's just so much going on that, it's hard to say what you would have done in that situation. But yeah, I mean, he just said he didn't shoot me until I pulled my gun on him. Okay.
Yeah. End of story, end of game.
Right.
Game over.
Right.
But I always say game over though, based on everything that I've learned. Do you know what I mean? From you and also from all the reading I've done since then. It was so in Wisconsin, they're I forget the phrasing, but they are a retreat state or something. You got a retreat or something, but they've got that castle something.
Castle
what's it
Doctrine.
called?
Yeah.
There we are.
hmm
That's basically stand your ground, essentially.
Yeah.
That's just the same, same thing. So when I read that, I was like, well, these are that's just stand your ground, basically.
Right. Right. I mean,
People say, God,
however you look at this, I mean, he just this felon with a gun who lied to police pulled a gun on Kyle, and Kyle shot him. I
mhm,
I I don't see any universe where that's appropriate and where Kyle wasn't justified in this one specifically. So the other one, yeah, had his gun. The other one, he was, I forget the second one. I really do. So I'm not gonna comment on it. But they all seem pretty. They all seem pretty cut and dried. I mean, he shot when, and I think he showed a great deal of discipline, and obviously wasn't out there trying to kill people. He was out there trying to, escape the situation and be safe. So
mhm. And the second one they're saying it was the skater boy, so the one that smashed the skateboard. So that must have been done whilst he was smashing, because this happens straight after it. So yeah, baseball dad says the second one was Anthony Hooper who hit him in the head. So as he was
okay,
hitting, he shot him then,
gotcha.
because he must have done, shouldn't he? Because he must have shot him. He is alleviated because this guy comes in then, bang bang, or bang. Whoa, it's a lot going on. It's busy.
hmm
SEN. I'm not sure what SEN and Perry think. I'm not sure what you guys think. If it's still like over your heads or if it's still bonkers or not. Because it took me a long time to get where I am right now. It took me a long time, and it took me a lot of research and stuff to get where I am right now. And in some ways, I pretend that it's not a gun and it's actually a knife, because same thing's a weapon, so it doesn't matter. What would you do if someone lunges at you with a weapon to try and grab it? Well, you're going to do something, you're going to react, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. Oops, Hoover falls over as Gage has been shot. He falls over. How's that?
It falls
Yeah,
over.
yeah. Do you mean that he was shot or fell over?
Hmm.
Sorry,
Falls over
falls
dead.
over dead.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. I'm with you now. Sorry, I thought it was falling over. I was like, not sure. I'm not sure. Okay, I got you now, Katie. I got you now. Yeah, fine. Okay, complete chaos, Brooklyn. Yes, there's more footage of Hubert chasing Kyle. Unconscious. Fine. He shot jump kick one. I missed him.
He's the one laying in the road. Yeah, well, I remember him. I just don't remember. Everything happened so fast too. Like we're looking at hours of clips of this slowed down, different angles, different places. I mean, he says it later in the trial, but I think it was like 30 seconds total. Like
Yeah.
we're not talking about,
Yeah.
6, 7 hours. Like this happened back to back to back to back, and
Yeah.
all happened very close in proximity. And yeah.
Good question, but Tim, yeah. What happens with the bond if you're acquitted? You just get it back, don't you?
It's supposed to go back. Yeah. That doesn't always happen, but it's supposed to go back. It's often applied to court fees and that kind of stuff. Blah blah blah. But
Off subject for a second, I saw that Matt put 10 grand up for Crime Stoppers by Emily, and they just spent that 10 grand and bought a dog with it called Chloe. And didn't tell
wow.
him. I think he found out through the news.
Holy hell.
I think so. He put an article about it on Facebook earlier on.
Wow.
Yeah, I need to read it properly though. Right, let's carry on with this then. But yeah, Cloud's just relieved now. Look at him. He's just woo.
He knows. Everybody in that room knows.
Everybody knows.
So,
yeah.
You had mentioned that you believe that he was re-racking. I don't know much about guns, but you had mentioned that you believe he was re-racking his gun or something, right?
That is correct. Yes.
Now, this is your, tell me this is right. This is your tweet from November 5th. So during this trial, you're tweeting out, yes?
Yes.
And you tweet out to whoever these people are. Make sure you look and listen for the defendant's firearm malfunction, and then you have a winky emoji face. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So this is, the 5th was yesterday?
That would have been Friday.
Time's flying, Judge. So Friday at 7:45, and what's the winky emoji face for?
I believe that was in response to whoever the original poster is on there. I don't know what the original post was, but it was more than likely in response to this person's opinion that they had posted.
Now, you had said that you were looking for a non-lethal way to end this interaction.
That is correct. Yes.
Yet you pulled your gun out and began, I'm going to use the word chase. You began chasing or running after a man who was running away from you, correct?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you had said, and you were asked about the do no harm and the tattoo on your arm and things like that, right? You have some regrets from that evening, don't you?
No.
Well, Jacob Marshall's your roommate, isn't he?
No, he's not.
He was your roommate, correct?
He was. Yes.
And Jacob Marshall came to visit you in the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
And I know he's taken it down, but not before we saw it. He posted something on either Twitter or Facebook with you, right?
Correct.
Remember that?
Remember what?
The picture that you guys took in the hospital together?
Yes, I do.
We haven't gotten to it yet, Your Honor. You objection on hearsay grounds.
We need to talk about this. So maybe we should. I assume you have more questions beyond this.
Not a ton, but we should probably get this cleared up.
Yeah, we might as well. Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during. Why isn't this hearsay? Well, let's start there.
Judge, I believe I can ask Mr. Grosskreutz if he said it. That's not hearsay. Did you say this to Mr. Marshall? I'm not asking.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
He can deny it, right? And then I can call Mr. Marshall, which he was in court. Now he's under subpoena.
Oh, he's here.
Well, he left.
Where is he?
Oh, he's here.
I don't know. He was sitting in court. He got served with a subpoena, and he is gone.
Well, let's find out right now whether he's here, because if he isn't here and he was served with a subpoena to appear when?
Yeah, not till Wednesday.
Okay.
He's going to be in our case in chief.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I believe I can ask a witness if they've made a statement. If that witness denies it, then I would call somebody to impeach that witness.
State.
I agree with everything, but what was being marked there was a Facebook post from Jacob Marshall. And that's my objection. Jacob Marshall's Facebook post is hearsay. They can call him to testify.
He's not asking to offer the exhibit, I don't think. Not yet, anyway. He wants to ask him about the content.
That, as far as that goes, Your Honor, that's fine. I anticipated the exhibit was about to be used since it was in the process of being marked. And that's why I said, Your Honor, I'm going to be objecting on hearsay grounds, because the exhibit is hearsay.
So Judge, I'm going to ask him if he's in this picture. which he is, and if that's Mr. Marshall in the picture, which I believe it is, I'm not going to, at this point, I'm not going to ask that the jury see it, but I'm going to ask him about the content of it. And then based on his answer, I'm going to call Mr. Marshall to testify if he denies it.
Well, certainly the inquiring about a statement allegedly made by the witness would not be hearsay. But there certainly is a coiled snake of hearsay, potential hearsay. So we have to be careful.
I'm not going to, I think it's appropriate that he acknowledges that he's in the picture.
All right, buddy. I'm gonna jump out. Chat.
Thanks, buddy.
Have a good one. I'll be around and watching, but I gotta take care of something. So I'll catch y'all
No
later.
worries, mate. Thank you, buddy. Take care.
Yep.
Ta-ra,
Take care. Bye bye.
ta-ra. So let me just change this so I get down bottom a little bit more then. So thanks to my Demeets. That was good.
And then I'm not gonna do anything else with it other than to ask him the question.
Excellent. What more could I
As
add?
long as the jury doesn't see that post right now, that's my concern. That's your concern.
Okay,
And I'm not gonna do it. So, okay, thank you. What time would you like to start, Judge?
1:15, please.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure, like SEN, Perry, don't think we can't. Don't think you can't comment, guys. You know, just you may not agree with some of these things. Please comment. That's how we educate and learn from each other. So feel free to comment, no matter what. Halfway in.
Very good, huh? Okay, and did you have enough? Okay, let's proceed.
Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm going to approach you for a second if I can. I'm showing you what adventures the markets. You agree that the statement that I previously showed you, that you had given the police on the 26th, is that right?
Yes. So on this document, it's marked 2520. I don't know if that's reference to the time of the incident, but this statement was given. It looks like 900. I'm sorry. 9:46 a.m. of the following day.
So just so we're clear, it says on 8/25/20 at 11:30 p.m. this happened, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the only thing I want to make sure that you're comfortable saying is there's markings at various points on this paper. Is that right?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And the statement is 2 pages. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And can you tell me what those marks are on the left-hand side of that document?
What is being referred to? There are circles. It looks like 2 on the first page, 2 on the second page, and these are on the left-hand indent, and in those circles are my initials.
Okay. So you had at various points during that statement put your initials on it?
Correct. I wasn't able to, I'm right-hand dominant, so I wasn't able to write. So the officer that, I'm not sure which officer that was, but the officer was taking my verbal statement, transcribing it, and then throughout, I would initial either, so you can see here, there's the word approximately was crossed off. I signed that there's a correction there made.
Okay, so can I ask you this? Where it says, I told multiple officers that I had dropped my firearm, right next to that, you put your initials, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And to be fair, on the bottom of each one of these pages, it says, I have made the above statement without any threats or promises. It is my desire to state the true facts as to this incident. I have read the above statement and find it true and correct. Is that what it says?
That is what it says, yes.
Okay, and you signed that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So my last, where we left off, I just have a couple questions for you. I had asked you if you had any regrets about that evening and that you had said that you did not, correct?
Correct.
I had asked you if you know a person, Jacob Marshall, correct?
Yes.
And Jacob Marshall may not be today, but he was your roommate.
Yes.
And you had said that he had visited you in the hospital.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 70. I'm not interested in the stuff on the right now. I'm just interested in the photograph. Okay? Is that a photograph of you and Mr. Marshall?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Does that appear to be taken after you had suffered the injury to your arm?
Yes.
Okay. And that's at a hospital. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Your exhibit didn't have any regrets. Did you tell Mr. Marshall that your only regret was not killing the kid and hesitating to pull the gun before emptying the entire mag into him?
No, I never said that.
You didn't tell that to your roommate.
Objection, asked and answered.
You didn't tell that to Mr. Marshall?
No, I did not.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Judge, I would move 69 and 70.
Your Honor, can we talk about those two exhibits afterwards? I do have objection to both of them.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
What if he would have shot him then? So if he knew that he shot the skateboard kid and killed him like that, and he's got a gun there, like, what if he did regret it? What if he had shot Kyle? And the reason is because he shot the other guy. Where's that stand? As in, could he say, well, self-defense because I'm chasing him, and he's just shot and killed somebody, so I'm going to shoot him because he's about to kill me? Just a question. I don't know the answer. That's just a question.
Okay, Mr. Grosskreutz, I just have a few follow-up questions here. At one point in the video that was played for you by the defense, you referred to the defendant as a boogaloo boy. What did you mean by that?
I don't recall if I was referring specifically to the defendant. I think a more accurate statement would be the group of armed individuals, predominantly white males with AR-15s, and generally speaking, some sort of, we'll say, paramilitary attire. And what I mean by that is camel clothes, body armor, chest rigs, helmets, things of that nature.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Grosskreutz, that no matter what you tell us or remember, everything you did that night's on video or photographed, correct?
That is true.
I want to play a little bit of exhibit 57. Can we go to the 31-minute mark, please? 31 minute. This was a portion of the exhibit that was played for you on cross-examination, and I just want to go back to that for a moment.
Thanks, Tony. That's why I asked. Interesting question. In a matter of seconds.
Can we play from there, please?
Looks like the Boogaloo boys, middle boys rolling up. Two right there. Two right there.
You fucking laughing? Fuck you!
Yo, we got our own medics. You're good. You can go home.
The voice that's heard there saying, "We got our own medics. You can go home." That's your voice, right?
Yes, it is.
Why did you say that?
It was my interpretation throughout the events of August 25th that these armed individuals, whether they were Boogaloo Boys, Proud Boys, etc., all had a, we'll say, a homogeneous appearance. Again, meaning the rifles, the body armor. And what I had inferred throughout the events of that night, that these groups of people weren't received very friendly towards other demonstrators. And in specifically to reference the defendant, it was also my interpretation that the defendant lacked the necessary experience, potentially the necessary knowledge to adequately fulfill his self-proclaimed role as a medic.
Can we now go to the 57-minute and 36-second mark in this video, please?
Stand your property.
property. That's why you got problems already with people.
No one's a hothead here.
Ask a question about the defendant's reaction at that very moment in time when he was told by someone, "Don't go out in the street, stay on your property," and you were asked if the defendant reacted in any certain way. Do you know if he came and spoke with anyone about that comment at that moment in time?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, can we go to the 1 hour, 17 minute, and 10-second mark in this exhibit, please?
That sounded like gunshots. It sounds like multiple gunshots. People are scattering. Now this is southbound on Sheridan. This is, I was just at 60th. Looks like they even set up a recliner. Oh, 110%, bro.
Yeah, dude.
100.
Do you hear what the crowd is saying at that point?
I do.
What were they saying?
Sounds like they're yelling medic.
Is
repeatedly.
that what caused you to start running?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Shots.
Why are you shooting him?
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Back 10 seconds and play that again, please.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Is it fair to say, Mr. Grosskreutz, that what was just played on the screen is the only words exchanged between you and the defendant after the defendant killed Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And you've already explained what you heard at that time. We've already heard the video. Was there ever a time in which the defendant said someone pulled a gun on him?
In hindsight, no.
In your statement the next morning, you told the police you'd heard the words, something to the effect of, "He pulled a gun on me," from the defendant. Is that right?
Correct.
With the benefit of hindsight, we can see that never happened, correct?
Correct.
At the time you gave the statement to the police the following morning, how long had you been awake?
A couple hours, no more.
After surgery?
After surgery, yes.
And before surgery, you'd been awake all day Tuesday, right?
Yes.
And in the time period between you were shot by the defendant and the time you spoke to the police officers, did you even have possession of your phone?
No, I did not.
Had you watched this Facebook live stream?
No, I had not.
Can we continue that video now, please?
Hey, stop him!
Mr. Grosskreutz, we can still hear audio, but there's no video coming from your live stream. Do you know why that is at this particular moment in time?
I believe it's because I dropped my phone after being shot by the defendant.
to the best of your knowledge, did the audio that we just capture or watch rather, did that capture everything that you said when you are, after you talked to the defendant and had that little exchange until you got shot?
Yes.
At any point in there, did you say anything about you're going to kill the defendant, you're going to shoot the defendant, make any threats to the defendant of any kind?
No.
Can we please pull up exhibit number 5? While we're getting ready for Exhibit 5, let me just ask, may I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Grosskreutz, the defense has shown you a photograph which has been marked as exhibit number 65. I'm just going to hold that for you. Does this show you with your hands raised before the defendant shoots you?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll just, I think this has been on the TV screen, but I'll just show the jury. Are you pointing your gun at the defendant here?
No, I'm not.
Is this right before he does the re-racking of the gun?
Yes, it is.
And then exhibit number 66. This is the
Too
photo
late.
that shows you moving towards the defendant after he re-racks the gun. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Now, you were asked if you are pointing your gun at the defendant in this picture and also in exhibit number 67. Do you remember being asked those questions?
I do.
At any point during that encounter, did you intentionally point your firearm at the defendant?
No, I did not.
Can we play exhibit 5, please? At this point in the video, there are people that are running in the same direction as the defendant. Are you even on screen yet?
I don't see myself on screen, no.
All right, let's keep going. The person that attempts to kick the defendant has flown over the defendant. Mr. Huber is approaching the defendant. Are you even on screen yet?
No, I'm not.
All right, let's continue. Now, at this moment in time, you are on the screen, and it appears that you're sort of crouching, you know, like crouching down as if what? What were you thinking at that moment? Why were you doing that?
First, yes, that is me on the screen crouching, and it was reactionary instinct, I guess is a good way to put it. And the best way that I could describe that is, one, the noise from the shot, and it's a very large caliber firearm, and I think that in of itself probably startled me. But then my immediate next thought was I could be shot next.
If your intent was to shoot the defendant with your Glock pistol, would you have gotten that close to him?
That was my intent? No.
If that was your intent, you wouldn't have done that.
Exactly. Right, correct.
Let's keep going for just a second, please. Would you mind, if you can, standing up and demonstrating to the jury how your body is positioned in this still?
So if
A microphone? We'll give you the microphone. If you could just step in front of the jury there, I'd like you to demonstrate this for us. Go ahead. Might have to hold it really close.
So in this still, the defendant is right here in front of me on the ground. This is my pistol that I had in my hand. This is cell phone. My body is bladed towards the defendant. Or cell phone in my left hand, microphone or pistol in my right. My body is bladed with my left hand, left arm, towards the defendant's firearm, with then my pistol in a similar angle I'm about to show you.
When you were after all this was said and done, was there any impact or anything like that on your left arm from that gunshot?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
It was determined to be a muzzle burn.
From its proximity to the defendant's gun?
So a little more context on that. Bullet is fired or gases are expended.
That's fine. We'll move on. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you for doing that. At that moment in time, right before you got shot by the defendant, did you feel there was an imminent danger that the defendant was going to kill you?
Yes, absolutely.
When you were just demonstrating to us the way your right hand was holding the gun, however it was angled, my question for you is that the way you hold and point a gun when you're going to shoot it?
No.
I have no further questions.
Do you think the jurors would know much about guns? Because that would play a big part in this as well, about how much knowledge they have individually and collectively. I think that would play a huge amount.
So, Mr. Grosskreutz, you watched the video that Mr. Binger played when Mr. Rittenhouse was walking past you, and you had said something along the lines of, "No medics are needed here. We don't need you." Right?
Yes.
And you were saying that, "Oh, here comes some Boogaloo boys." You've never met Mr. Rittenhouse before, have you?
No, I'm not.
You had no idea who he was, any affiliation with any group, nothing, right?
No.
You were just spouting off guessing. Yes?
I was making an inference. Yes.
No information.
Yes.
And Mr. Binger asked you if you ever threatened verbally with words, Mr. Rittenhouse. Do you remember him asking you that?
I do.
And your answer was he did not.
Yes.
You'd agree people don't have to use words to threaten other people. They can do it by their actions. Correct?
Yes.
Like running after them down the street with a loaded firearm, right?
Yes.
Like approaching them, loading their foot and moving their gun forward while the person's on their butt sitting there, right? Those are non-verbal things that can be used to show aggression, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had been asked by Mr. Binger, and you had shown a demonstration of this bleeding maneuver, as you call it, and I'll take your word on that. Can you bring up 67? So, now, you can talk about what your mental intention was. You'd agree what everybody's looking at is you pointing a gun at a person's head, right?
As well as the defendant pointing his firearm at me.
Absolutely. But you are, by your own admission, pointing a pistol from less than 3 feet away at his head. Agreed?
No, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree that that gun is pointed in the direction of Mr. Rittenhouse's head? You don't agree with that?
In the direction, yes, but directly, no.
He's been coached again.
You didn't tell
He's
him,
been coached.
right?
I don't have time to.
Well, as you're running, you didn't say anything, right? You're just chasing him down. You never say anything.
It would have been hard to communicate that over gunfire.
My question to you is, you never said a word to him other than approach him with your gun out from 3 feet away, right?
Yes.
I have nothing else.
When you asked the defendant if he'd shot anyone, he lied to you, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And even though You've been asked questions about what he said at various times or things like that. Did he make threats to anything like that, to people, anything like that? You construed his actions as threatening, didn't you?
Based off of witnessing the first two shots with Jump Kick Man, the third shot that killed Anthony Huber, yes.
Thank you.
He didn't lie to you, right? When you had contact with him, he didn't lie to you, did he?
Yes, he did.
How did he lie to you?
After having asked him who was shot, and then him saying, I'm going to the police, which we know after the fact, and then saying, I didn't do anything.
So it's your testimony today that you heard. Now, to be fair, your first interview that you signed, you said that he told you, I'm working with the police, right? Right?
That is what I thought I heard in the moment, yes.
Okay, so you weren't telling the correct statement, correct?
Can you?
Yeah, you said that Mr. Rittenhouse lied to you.
Yes.
Your initial statement to the police was, he told me I'm working with the police. You know that's not true.
After the fact, yes.
Okay, so what is on tape is he said, I'm going to the police, right?
Yes.
You're not saying that's not true.
No, I'm not.
Nothing else.
Mr. Townsend.
Okay. That wasn't a great witness for the state in the end. Oopsie daisy. Right, let's see what the other witness is about then. Oh, who's this then?
Stand, please raise your right hand. Do you satisfy the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
She looks
Can you
nice.
state your name and spell it for the benefit of the court reporter?
First name is Heather, Heather. Last name is Williams, Williams.
And where are you employed?
The Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory, located.
Right. I think she's very pretty. Well, she's very, very pretty. But fuck me, has she got an annoying voice. I don't need to know. Don't have to shout to me, Heather. Just chill out, yeah? Just chill out. Very, very pretty. But I'm not sure I could listen to that voice every day. Do you know what I mean? Probably have to have a sock. Just stuff that I don't know, but that would be quite tough day in, day out. This is going to be a tough one.
In Milwaukee.
And what is your current position at the crime laboratory in Milwaukee?
I am a firearms and tool mark examiner.
And how long have you been employed with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab as a firearms tool mark examiner?
A little over 5.5 years.
And what does that mean to be a firearms or tool mark examiner?
As a firearms and tool mark examiner, I conduct examinations of firearms and firearms related evidence, such as fired cartridge cases and fired bullets.
And is there any specialized education or training that you have done pertaining to your job as a firearms or tool mark examiner?
Yes, I first hold a Bachelor's of Science degree in law enforcement administration with a minor in forensic science. That included a 525-hour internship at the DuPage County Forensic Science Center. I also completed the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory Firearms and Tool Mark Examiner Training Program. It's an apprentice-type training program, much like an electrician or a plumber, where you get both hands-on and classroom-like instruction.
And what exactly is firearms identification?
Firearms identification is the comparison analysis of fired evidence, compares bullets to barrels and cartridge cases to firearms.
And what process is used when examining a firearm that is submitted to your section?
One of the first tasks that we perform when a firearm is submitted to the firearm section is called a function test. The purpose of the function test is to first make sure that the firearm is a functional firearm and that it is also safe to test fire. During that function test, I'll check the condition of the firearm along with all safeties that are associated with that firearm.
And then what do you do next with when examining that firearm?
Once I've determined that that firearm is safe to test fire, I will test fire the firearm. This is done to make sure that the firearm is working properly in the way that the manufacturer intended for it to work. And also instances in which we have fired evidence, those test fired bullets and cartridge cases that are produced are then compared to that fired evidence to see if they were or were not fired in the submitted firearm.
And did you become involved in a case in your professional capacity regarding Kyle Rittenhouse, Joseph Rosenbaum, and Anthony Huber?
Yes, I was.
And how did you become involved with that case?
I was assigned to work that laboratory case.
I'd like to show you what has been previously marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 28. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do. I recognize that as the firearm that I analyzed for this specific case. How I recognize that is on the firearm in silver marker. I have indicated that laboratory case number associated with the case, the item designation of that item, my initials, and the date that that was examined.
So is it my understanding that you would have actually examined this exact firearm and fired it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I think that's good. Thank you. So what do you use to test fire it with?
We're going to use ammunition that is part of our reference collection. When we choose the ammunition for our test fires, we try to choose it as close to the fired evidence that's submitted to that case.
What is a cartridge?
A cartridge is unfired ammunition that's going to consist of 4 components. You'll have the actual cartridge case, you'll have the primer, you'll have the propellant or gunpowder, and then you'll have the projectile or bullet.
So what is a cartridge case?
A cartridge case is a portion of a fired cartridge that is left over after it's been fired in a firearm. You may have commonly heard it referred to as brass.
And how do you determine if cartridge cases were fired in the same firearm?
You're going to look at markings that are transferred onto the fired cartridge cases during the firing process. Those are the markings that we look at to determine if they were or were not fired in the same firearm. And then instances when we have a firearm, we're able to determine if they were or were not fired in a specific firearm.
So what's the difference between a cartridge and a bullet?
A cartridge, like I said, is going to be the full unfired ammunition. So it's going to be those 4 components. A bullet is just one of those 4 components. So it's the projectile portion that you'll see on an unfired cartridge.
So what is a fired bullet?
A fired bullet is going to be the bullet that is expelled through the barrel of a firearm. It's going to have impressions that are going to be left on that from the rifling or that spiral pattern that's going to be within that bore of the barrel.
So how can you determine if bullets were fired in the same firearm?
You're going to look at those rifling impressions that are left on a fired bullet from the barrel that it's been fired through.
Is your crime lab accredited?
Yes, we are.
And who accredits your crime lab?
We are accredited through ANAB, ANAB. It stands for the American National Association Standards National Accreditation Board.
And are there any quality controls or procedures that are used, particularly in your discipline at your crime lab?
Yes, in the firearms section, we have a 3-step quality control procedure. The first step is called the verification process. This is when any type of identification, elimination, or inconclusive results of fired evidence is then looked at by a second qualified examiner in the section. Once that verification process has been completed, there is then a peer review process in which all notes and reports are looked at to make sure everything's clear, complete, and accurate. That last step is going to be administrative review. That is going to be when a supervisor will once again go through all reports and notes to make sure everything is clear, complete, and accurate before the report is submitted to the submitting agency.
Let's see, it was marked as State's Exhibit 72. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is the report that I issued for this specific case. I know that based upon the laboratory case number, as well as it has my name as well as my signature. And then it also has information on the second page with my initials showing that I did complete both of these pages of the report.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the report that you issued in this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to move Exhibit 72 into evidence.
I don't have an objection.
Let's see, it was marked as State's Exhibit 71. Can you please explain what this is?
This is one of the fired cartridge cases that I analyzed for this specific case. I can tell that based upon the laboratory sticker, the yellow sticker here. This has the laboratory case number associated with this case, the item designation, as well as my initials and date that I took this into my custody. I also have that information on the additional packaging for this specific item. And then we also have that information on the actual cartridge case itself.
So which was the bullet that was fired allegedly by the defendant? Where would that be in that packet?
This is just going to contain one of the fired cartridge cases. So this is a portion of a cartridge that was fired. So this is the portion that is ejected from the firearm.
So that the thing in the top of that threefold, that is what was presented to you as an already fired cartridge. That's not one that you fired.
Correct. Yes. This is a piece of submitted evidence for this specific case.
So what kind of, is that a true and accurate copy of how you would have packaged up that particular cartridge casing and all the other elements in Exhibit 71?
Yes, I know that this is how I package this piece of evidence because at each one of the heat sealed seals, it's going to have my initials as well as the date that I actually sealed this piece of evidence.
I'd like to move Exhibit 71 into evidence. So after you test fire the weapon, the gun that we saw, then what happens next in your analysis?
So what I will do then is I will compare those test fired cartridge cases to the fired evidence cartridge cases for this specific case. I do that by using what is called a comparison microscope. These are two microscopes that are then connected by an optical bridge. It allows myself as an examiner to look at two objects simultaneously side by side. That way I'm able to see the markings that are transferred from the firearm during that firing process on the cartridge cases to look to see if the submitted evidence was or was not fired in the submitted firearm.
So what did you do in this particular case?
In this particular case, there were 8 fired cartridge cases that were submitted. Each one of those 8 fired cartridge cases were then compared to the test fire cartridge cases that I produced so that I could be able to determine if they were or were not fired in the submitted firearm.
So you were submitted 8 of the, if you hold up Exhibit 71 briefly, you were given 8 of those cartridges on top?
Yes, it's the 8 fired cartridge cases, just like this one here, was submitted for this specific case and analyzed.
And did you find that all 8 of those cartridges were fired through the weapon that Detective Antaramian showed you?
Yes, I was able to determine that the 8 fired cartridge cases submitted in this case was fired in the submitted firearm.
And that was by comparing each one to the test fired projectiles that you fired?
Correct, yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You may step down.
There you go, Officer Jason Krieger to the stand.
I was just getting used to the bloody voice. She's off. Bloody hell. Do all Wisconsin women speak like that then? Rosebud. Do you all speak like that? I mean, I will take it all day up there compared to most of the weaknesses we have. Freaking one for the women again. One for the girls, one for the ladies. Smash! Let's smash him. Thank God for rewind, yes.
Sir, can you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Jason Krieger. It's JASON KRUEGER.
And how are you employed?
With the City of Kenosha Police Department.
How long have you been on the City of Kenosha Police Department?
Approximately 2 years and 11 months.
And were you working on August 25th, 2020?
I was.
And were you working with an officer, Pat Moretti, on that date?
Yes.
Had you been working in the previous days during the civil unrest that was occurring in Kenosha?
Yes.
And on August 25th, what was your assignment, your general assignment with your partner, Officer Moretti?
So on that date and time, we were assigned to second shift patrol. We were patrolling the downtown area as well as handling calls that popped up throughout the city, anything in progress.
So is it fair to say you were focused downtown, but if there was a reason to go to another part of the city for a domestic violence or a burglary, you would still respond to that call?
Yes.
Is that different than how let's say the night before was in your duties?
I believe that throughout most of the time, that was kind of the same. We were heading to in progress calls, focusing on the downtown area to handle any incidents that arise.
Now, on the night of August 25th, at any point were you ever asked to respond to a potential shooting?
I do recall going to a shooting. We were just right in the area. I'm not 100% sure if we were dispatched to that call or not.
So, but at some point, you and Officer Moretti went in the direction of some shots.
Yes.
And do you recall how you went about going to that location?
Yes. So we were in the area of 60th Street and between the 12 and 1300 block on a other call. I believe it was a fire. I heard the gunshots coming just southeast of us. I looked at Officer Moretti, and we decided at that point we were going to head to that since it seemed in progress.
Now, in your training, what are you trained to do if there is, let's say, a potential active shooter situation?
Our number one focus is to stop the killing or to make the scene secure, eliminate any active threats.
So with that in mind, what, if anything, did you do?
When we approached the scene, we had approached slowly just to try to attempt to gain any visual information that we could see. We had just been with a few other squads, other armored vehicles in the area, so we were assuming they were behind us. And we approached the scene very slowly to determine if we could at least get a visual on the any threats that we could see. We were hearing gunshots. We just couldn't see where they're coming from at that point.
Did anyone approach your vehicle?
Yes.
Who approached your vehicle?
There was a younger male. He was dressed in a t-shirt and I believe cargo shorts, and he was carrying an AR-15 style assault rifle, and he had his hands raised, and I believe he was carrying a medic bag as well.
Did you hear anything that the crowd was shouting in relation to this individual?
I did not hear any specific phrases. There was just a lot of noise, a lot of background noise, and in my mind, I was more focused on hearing the gunshots and trying to figure out where they were coming from. I didn't necessarily hear any specific words the crowd was shouting toward me.
Do you? At one point, I'm going to represent you. There's a video that shows you getting out of the squad car and running to the trunk. Do you have any idea why you did that?
A lot of my equipment I use on duty is stored in the trunk. Gas masks, vests, things like that. If I would have retrieved something from the trunk, it would have been to keep me safe on the scene if there was an active shooter. I do not recall the exact item.
By vest, do you mean like a bulletproof vest?
Yes.
Were you already wearing a bulletproof vest?
I do not recall what vest I was wearing, but I had my steel plate carrier with me. The vest I'm currently wearing right now is not able to prevent a rifle round going through, but the steel plate carrier that I had at that time would have been able to stop anything up to a round coming from a rifle.
So the vest you're wearing now, is that sort of the standard everyday vest that you would wear?
Yes.
And a bullet fired from an AR-15 like the one the defendant had, your vest would not stop it at all?
It's not rated for it. I've never attempted to do it, but I do not believe it would.
And how about your squad car? Is your squad car armored in any way that would prevent rifle rounds from penetrating it?
To my knowledge, no.
So what do you do as this person is approaching you on the street?
As I watched him approach, I was giving him verbal commands to keep away from my squad. I did not want anybody coming up directly to my squad that could be a potential threat. So we were giving him verbal commands just to stay back. I had also grabbed my pepper spray out of my vest and was going to use it if the individual continued to approach the car.
Why did you see him as a threat?
I never met him before. He had a rifle. Just given the situation at hand, there was a lot of circumstances where I just did not want some individual coming up to my squad car in that scene with the gunshots still going off that I didn't necessarily know.
You said his hands were up, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did you feel like he was surrendering to you?
No.
Why not?
Throughout the past few days, we've come across a lot of individuals who are armed, and the first thing they do is put their hands up to signal that they don't mean any threat to us. It doesn't mean that they're surrendering. It just means that they just wanted us to see their hands. Hands are the most, they typically indicate if a threat is going to be present. So if we can see their hands, we generally know there's no threat there.
So you indicated that you grabbed your OC spray or pepper spray. What happened next?
The individual approaching our car was not responding to my verbal commands. So I checked the OC can, made sure it was able to discharge the spray, and I pointed it at the individual, and I discharged a stream of OC spray towards direction when he would not listen to my commands.
At that point, how close was he to your? And you were in the passenger side?
Yes.
At that point, how close was he to your passenger side door?
I believe he was within about 5 feet.
Do you know if the spray hit him or not?
I do not recall.
Did the spray have the desired effect of him getting away from the vehicle?
Yes, he ended up walking away from me.
So once he left the area of your vehicle, what happened next?
I began to see other squad cars and armored vehicles coming to the area. I believe I took up a position on the east side of the road towards the parking lot and just kind of held it there to attempt to gain eyes as more officers came on scene. Throughout that time, I just tried securing the scene as best as possible, trying to gather as much information as possible about where the shots were coming from, who was firing them, and who the suspect was.
What, if anything, happened next?
We were approached by one of the mutual aid tactical teams who informed us that they had an individual with a gunshot wound to the arm. I believe that individual was Mr. Grosskreutz, and they did not know how to access the hospital. Since I was familiar with the area, Officer Moretti and I got into our squad car, and we escorted that tactical vehicle to the east side of the Friedrichshaus Hospital and got Mr. Grosskreutz into the ER.
Now, the tactical vehicle you mentioned, is that what some people commonly refer to as like a Bearcat or an MRAP or something like that?
Yes.
So then you accompanied that to the hospital, and it contained Mr. Grosskreutz, who had been injured.
Yes.
Now, at the hospital, what happened? What did you observe?
So we got him into the hospital. I believe he went back to the ER. I stayed in the lobby. I was approached by another individual, Richard McGinnis, who kind of talked to me about that. He gave me information that he believed that he had the suspect on video just prior to the shooting. So I talked to him briefly, obtained the cell phone, and obtained the individual's ID card.
And then did you have him get interviewed by someone at the in your department?
Yes, I passed all that information along to the detective bureau. I believe it was Sergeant DeWitt.
Now, at the hospital, when you were there with Officer Moretti, did you have any interaction with Joseph Rosenbaum, who at that point had deceased?
I believe that I helped Officer Moretti process and collect the evidence from one of the deceased. I do not recall which victim it was.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Not a great witness at all, eh?
Definitely.
So I don't have a whole lot of questions for you, but so if I could, and we've heard Officer Moretti testify. Okay, so do you hear what you believe to be rifle rounds around 11:50 or so on the 25th?
I heard gunshot rounds. I could not tell if they were handgun or rifle rounds.
Okay, so the type of firearm that had been discharged at that point, it was difficult for you to make out.
Yes.
But you knew that there had been a discharge of firearms. You heard that much.
Yes.
So, do you recall seeing a person that you now know to be Mr. Rittenhouse walking toward your squad car?
Yes.
Okay, and to be fair, he has his hands like this, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I understand that you said that. Tell me if I'm right. Throughout that evening, people maybe who had firearms, when they saw you, they put their hands up, so you knew that they weren't a threat to you.
Yes.
This is also, to be fair, a way that someone could surrender.
Yes, it could.
Okay. And again, don't take this as being critical. I'm not trying to be that way. But as he's walking toward you, he doesn't have at that point his hands on his gun, but he's just walking toward your vehicle, right?
Yes.
And I understand your concern, but as he's getting closer to you, after knowing that a shot or shots had just been fired, I know there's a lot going on, but were you interested in finding out if he had any information?
I was.
Okay. And when he starts coming to the side, he's coming to your side, right?
Yes.
Do you hear him like say anything to you?
The only thing I can remember him saying was something about a shooting. That there was no other verbal indication from him coming directly saying it was me. It was just something about a shooting.
Okay. And you had just heard shots fired.
Yes.
This person's walking to you with his hands up and says something about a shooting, right?
I mean, his exact words were not something about a shooting, but.
Nice, John. Nice.
And that something is the word shooting.
Yes.
And so
I've never had people with whack before.
I understand that we've seen the video. You pull out your OC spray, and after giving him a command, you spray him with the spray, right?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. McGinnis? You had mentioned that you see Mr. McGinnis at the hospital. He shows you the video.
Yes.
Do you say to yourself, "That's the guy that's walking with his hands up that I just saw"?
I did recognize the individual from the video, and into my mind, I believe he looked familiar.
Okay, and again, so do you tell anybody at that point, like, look, I'm putting these together. The guy that has hands up, that's the guy we're probably looking for.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I do have two other questions. As he's walking up to you, do you ever ask him, and I understand it's a chaotic situation, do you ever ask him for identification?
No.
Do you ever ask him or do anything with the fact that he's possessing an AR-15?
No.
Now I have no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Were there other people, not necessarily in front of your vehicle, but around the area, in addition to Mr. Rittenhouse?
I do not recall.
Were other people trying to give you information regarding a shooting or a potential shooter or anything like that?
There was a lot of voices shouting. Nobody directly came up to my squad car window like Mr. Rittenhouse did, but there was people after he had left the side of my squad car as I got out of the squad who did give me information about potential suspects as well.
Now, when you and Officer Murdy are trying to get down to the scene of the active shooter, what is your primary goal?
Stop the killing, stop any threat.
Is that consistent with getting identification and speaking to an individual approaching your vehicle?
No.
Thank you.
Right. Cross, I guess. You may step down.
The state calls Kristen Harris to the stand.
Do you swear the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
That would be nice, Tim. That would be nice.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
Did you state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Kristan Harris, Kristan. Last name Harris, Harris.
How are you currently employed?
Basically, I've been furloughed, but I've been pursuing my passions, obviously doing the Rundown Live, which is a reporter, and I do talk radio.
Can you tell us what the Rundown Live is?
It's an independent news and media. We try to bring all viewpoints, have civil conversations, sometimes about difficult content, as well as we cover protests of all varieties, of all political viewpoints as well.
Is there a large group of people that produce the Rundown Live, or are you kind of the main person?
There's several people that are involved there. It's a group of citizen journalists. We quite often post stuff from other independent news sites. We try to report news before the mainstream media does, so we can give a very raw version.
What is your educational background?
I finished high school, but education really didn't become important to me till my later years. So, most of my research I've done through my own reading of books and information.
Do you have any formal journalistic training?
That I do not.
And do you operate out of the Milwaukee area?
That is correct.
How long have you been involved with the Rundown Live?
I've been doing reporting for about 12 years.
When you say reporting, is that all the Rundown Live or other stuff?
I also contributed to one of the top police accountability websites as a writer, known as Cop Block, which has been around for a long time.
What is that called?
Cop Block.
Cop Block?
Yes. .org was the website.
Literally thought you said cock block. Cock block. I was like, what?
And when you say you contribute to them, does that mean you're like a reporter for them?
I used to write for them, though. It's a defunct organization that was banned amongst a lot of other websites.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you first get involved in the Rundown Live?
It's probably around 2011.
Did you form it or did someone else?
Someone else formed it.
And then you joined it?
Yes, that is correct. And that person is no longer involved.
Do you have any sort of title with that organization?
I believe I'm the editor.
And you said you've covered a lot of protests. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. Since about 2013, I probably covered over 100, 150 protests. I don't know the exact number.
What types of protests would they be?
Everything from something basic as Second Amendment rights and healthcare workers, against mandates, to BLM, Minneapolis, the burning down of the 3rd precinct, DC, obviously January 6th, as well as Kenosha, and probably countless BLM protests.
There were some things there that I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You said the burning of the 3rd
Burning down the 3rd
district.
precinct of Minneapolis. Yes, that was the date. I don't know the date. That's how I recognize it.
That was one of the things that happened after George Floyd was killed?
That is correct.
And sorry, Karen, do we need to slow down?
Sure.
Whatever she says. So we got to make sure. You also mentioned January 6th. Is that with regard to what happened at the United States Capitol on January 6th of this year?
That is correct.
Were you there for that?
I was.
Okay. And were you covering that for the Rundown Live?
That is correct.
You mentioned Kenosha. Were you here in Kenosha for the events that followed the shooting of Jacob Blake?
I was on scene within an hour or two of the shooting of Jacob Blake.
Were you then, help the jury to understand, when you talk about the Rundown Live, we're familiar with a lot of different types of media, newspapers, magazines, the internet, things like that. Can you help us understand exactly what you mean when you say you cover these things?
Yeah, I'm a citizen journalist, so I generally go to these events and I stream a lot of the times. I interview people to try to get natural conversations and have civil conversations so people can understand, in my viewpoint, what people really are saying before there might be some propaganda added. So essentially, it's the most raw form of journalism.
So when you came down within an hour or thereabouts after Jacob Blake, were you interviewing and speaking to people?
Yes.
Do you record that in any way?
Yes, I do. Well, I stream it. It's recorded on the cloud.
Okay. So is it fair to say that when you are covering any sort of event for the Rundown Live, you have a camera that is taking video of the things you see?
That is correct. I usually use my cell phone, which is a high-end device.
And then that video is live streamed to the internet on whatever site you use so that people can watch it pretty much live. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. So for example, on the night Jacob Blake was shot on that Sunday night, August 23rd, you were here using your equipment to live stream the things that you were seeing.
That is correct.
Did you continue to do that on Monday night?
Yes.
And again on Tuesday night?
Yes.
So I want to skip right to the night of Tuesday, August 25th, 2020. Were you here in Kenosha that night?
I was.
Were you live streaming for the Rundown Live?
As well as collecting B-roll, correct.
I'm sorry?
B-roll is footage that you take because you can't stream live because your internet connection is, so it's actually recorded straight to the device.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have arrived in Kenosha that particular day or night?
Yeah, around 8 o'clock, 8:15.
Where did you go once you came to town?
I headed down to the courthouse because that's where things were happening.
And then did you start your live streaming at that point?
I attempted to, but courthouse internet isn't the greatest. So.
We've all learned that lesson. So what did you do then?
I recorded video straight to my cellular device because this way at least I had documentation I could publish later.
Did there come a time in which your internet connection improved?
Yes.
How did you manage to make that happen?
It started to improve when I first started to head towards 59th in Sheridan.
Okay. Do you know what changed that made that better?
Yes. I ran into an interaction between Ryan Balch, I believe, and Gage Grosskreutz and other people by the courthouse. And I asked if there was more armed individuals because the night before there was a video that went viral of people protecting property. And I felt it would make a different story than getting the same story I had the last 2 days.
And I do want to talk about what you just mentioned, but I think I didn't ask my question very well. You talked about being here and having poor internet by the courthouse, but then it got better when you went down to a different
That is
location.
correct. So I could stream live.
What was it that made the internet better or stronger down there than here? Do you know?
I don't know if it was just I had poor cell phone service or it was just better location. That's the only thing I can think of is that location on my way there, it improved. I attempted to go live again and I was able to.
So is it fair to say that once you were able to go live, you continued to broadcast live throughout most of the rest of the evening?
That is correct till my battery ran out.
Okay. And did there come a time in which you went to that 59th Street car source location?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been here in the courtroom throughout parts of this trial. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
And you have seen other witnesses testify, such as Mr. Balch and Mr. Lukowski?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And when you were out live streaming that night, you went to the car source location and interacted with those individuals on some level. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
Okay. I want to focus in on a period of time in that evening when there was a dumpster that was pulled out in the road out in front of the 59th Street car source. Do you, I'm going to ask two separate questions. First of all, do you independently remember that happening? Did you also get some video of that?
I did. It was streamed live.
Okay. And then from there, did you continue to remain physically at the 59th Street car source location for several minutes after that?
I did.
And were you in close proximity to either Ryan Balch or the defendant or both of them during those several minutes afterwards?
Probably within 20 feet.
Okay. Could we begin? I'm going to, our TVs are on. If not, I'll turn them on. Could we watch a little bit of your live stream, which has been marked as exhibit number 18? And we're going to go to the 1 hour, 22 minute, and 14-second mark. Let me just ask Mr. Harris, do you recognize what is up on that screen?
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
It looks like a dumpster that is in the middle of the street.
And is this a portion of your rundown live stream from the night of August 25th, 2020?
It is.
And would you agree with me that we are looking, well, did you personally recorded this, correct?
Correct.
And this is taken from the 59th Street car source lot looking into Sheridan Road facing east. Would you agree with that?
At this frame, yes.
Okay. Can we please play the video?
And militia are up there.
Yeah, we got a fire.
Where? Oh, dumpster fire?
Yeah, just a dumpster fire. Hey, it's just like the gear, man.
Yeah, right. If 2020 was a blunt, it would be just a fucking stem.
It would just be standing seat, man.
I could use a doobie right now.
Continue the video for just 1 second, please. Mr. Harris, there are two people in this video that I'm going to point out to you. There's a gentleman here that is a little bit taller gentleman with a beard, some sort of cap on, and there's a woman next to him that appears to have sort of reddish hair. Do you see those two people?
I do.
I'm going to ask two questions. First of all, that night, did you have any idea who those people were?
I did not.
As you sit here today, do you know who those people are?
I believe one of them was the person who shot the fire behind, or the gunshot behind Rosenbaum, and I don't know who the other one is because their back is turned to me.
No dispute. That's Joshua and Kelly Zeminski. Okay. So I'll represent to you, sir, that the taller gentleman is Joshua Zeminski, and the woman next to him is Kelly Zeminski. Okay. Please continue.
All right, let's. Morning. How's it going? You guys want to fuck around and find out?
Hey.
You want
Reel in.
That's what's up.
Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here. Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Otherwise, there's way too many of them.
There is an individual who is standing on the edge of that frame on the right-hand side there. Do you recognize that person as Gage Grosskreutz?
I do.
Okay, please continue.
I have to agree with her. If you shouldn't be on the street. They're just protecting their property. One of their guys is an asshole.
I know. I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, why?
Oh, no,
Well, we did because they lit it on
One
fire.
of the guys losing his patience. He should go inside.
Yeah, that's what we're about to send him.
Yeah, if you guys could switch him out. Just somebody's got a loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He says the wrong thing. This whole crowd burns you guys alive.
Can you go back 10 seconds, please?
Yeah, if you guys could switch him out. Just somebody's got a loose cannon. He's got a lot of.
Pause. There we go. Again, I want the jury to see that in the middle of the screen there is a taller gentleman with his hands in his pockets. That is Joshua Zeminski. And on the TV screen to the left of him with jeans on, that is Kelly Zeminski. All right, please go ahead.
Rage. He says the wrong thing. This whole crowd burns you guys alive. Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there. He's just trying to protect his property. He doesn't want anything. He has no problem with you guys. He just doesn't want anyone to burn down his shit. I can't blame him.
Understand? Hey, your job isn't to be in the street. You guys stay on your property. That's why you got problems already with people. No one bothering your property. Don't look for trouble with anything. A medic? I know you are, but like they got their own medics. You know, if somebody feels I take care of them. I know you're just trying to make these. I get.
As this video is playing, we hear your voice speaking to someone in the background. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
Who are you speaking to?
I believe that was an interaction with Kyle Rittenhouse.
Do you recall anything about what he was saying to you at that point?
That he was a medic, and that was it, pretty much that I got from that.
You said at one point they have their own medics. Did you hear that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I cover a lot of protests, so I become familiar with a lot of the BLM organizations over the summer, especially during the George Floyd marches. So I felt a little bit more comfortable, per se, because I've had more interactions. That's all basically I was.
Sure. But you indicated they have their own medics. What does that mean?
Basically, the medics are, from my understanding, are individuals who volunteer to help out and take care of individuals that were injured. And I've seen them on multiple occasions, 8 individuals that were injured in protests.
Continue.
But they don't look at it that way. They look at you guys as it's a different. It's as much as you guys were afraid of them before they marched down here. I know, but like what a conversation you're having.
So you made a comment there about how they don't look at you that way or something along those lines. What did you mean by that?
A lot of the protesters identified the armed citizens as counter protesters. They didn't identify them as just protecting the property.
Would it be fair to say that it was your impression that...
That was my impression, correct.
Sure. Would it be fair to say that it was your impression that the people in the crowd viewed the people around Mr. Rittenhouse as a threat?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that there may have been some individuals that had it, but not in the majority. I can't speak for everyone. I don't know what they were thinking.
Okay, let's continue, please.
Thanks, guys.
Back away from the business. Back away from the business. Leave the business.
It appears that Mr. Balch and Mr. Lukowski are running towards you yelling gas, gas, gas. Would you agree with me on that?
That is correct.
What was going on?
The Bearcats were rolling down the road and they began to tear gas and trying to push the crowd past, I believe that's towards 60th, South 60th.
Okay. Have you recently watched this portion of your video?
I have.
And would you agree with me that for a few minutes after this, you are in close proximity with either Ryan Balch, Kyle Rittenhouse, or both of them at the same time?
I don't know for exactly how long, but yes.
Okay. I'm going to have the video played further, but I'm going to have the sound turned off.
Okay.
And then I'll let my colleague know when to stop the video, okay? Now, while we're playing the video, Mr. Harris, are you able to tell the jury where this scene is?
Yes, it's the back corner of the car lot of Car Source. There's people, or I don't know who it was, but they're throwing rocks up from behind the building.
And where you're at right now in this video are either Mr. Balch or Mr. Rittenhouse near you?
They were probably within 15 feet.
Are there any of the protesters or people on the street or anything like that anywhere near you at this point?
Negative.
Why is that?
They all moved towards what I call the gas station 60th and Sheridan.
Is that in part because the police had just gassed the entire street?
That would probably be the most likely reason.
And that dispersed the crowd?
Correct.
That's the defendant that just came walking towards you, right?
That is correct.
It looks like at this point the wind is blowing that gas towards you and the other folks that were around the corner there. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Did you have a gas mask on?
I did not.
Did any of them, do you know?
Not that I saw.
Let's pause right here. Mr. Harris, do you see those armored vehicles in the street?
Sure do.
Now, if I'm reading the screen here correctly, your video file here has about 24 minutes left to play. Would that be accurate?
That would be accurate.
And have you watched this video recently?
Yes.
Does this video end around the time that Mr. Rosenbaum, or the defendant, shoots the people?
Yes, within a few minutes after that. Battery ran out.
So would it be fair to say that at this moment in the video, the shootings are going to be in roughly 20 minutes or thereabouts after this?
Roughly, yes.
I see that the Bearcats and whatnot are on the road at this point in front of the 59th Street car source. Do you know where they traveled after this?
They traveled more forward towards 60th Street, I believe, and then they stopped there.
Did they establish a line keeping the protesters south of 60th at that point?
With the MRAPs or Bearcats, yes.
Okay. So is it fair to say, Mr. Harris, that for the remainder of your video, as far as you know, no protesters came back to 59th Street car source after this?
Not that I witnessed.
Two questions. First of all, do you independently remember at any point in the sequence of events that we've just seen, starting with that dumpster fire and all the way forward here, do you remember ever seeing Joseph Rosenbaum?
I do not.
After rewatching your video, is Mr. Rosenbaum in this video at any point during the series that we've just watched?
No, not that I can see.
I have nothing further.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was ready to go home. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's Monday.
That's what I said.
No, it's all right. First time.
Mr. Harris, on the video, you describe people as militia, right?
Correct.
Point up at the roof and say, "There's militia members up there," right?
That is correct.
That's your opinion. You didn't talk to any of them about. I'll ask it to you this way: you had no information that Mr. Rittenhouse was in any type of militia, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you at some point say to him, he's moving the dumpster, and you say, well, I strike that. At first you say, this whole crowd could burn you guys alive if you say the wrong thing. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And why'd you say that?
I wanted to de-escalate the situation.
Was it getting escalated?
Yes.
And that was in part because the dumpster was put out? The fire in the dumpster was put out?
That is correct. It angered the protesters at that time.
Now, did you see things that were going on that night that would be outside the realm of protesting, but more along the lines of rioting?
I would agree with that term, yes.
So you saw, you had mentioned it, and we'll talk about it. Rocks were being thrown at people, right?
I didn't witness that.
Well, you saw people throwing rocks on the roof.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough.
There's
I
people
didn't,
on the roof.
I was told that by people on the roof that they were throwing rocks.
You didn't see it.
I did not see that.
Were you aware that there were homemade gas bombs being thrown?
One of the people on the roof did say that there was a homemade gas bomb, basically, I don't want to call ammonium and bleach. I don't know how they knew that, but that's what they claimed.
And you had said to Mr. Rittenhouse, I know you're just trying to make peace, right?
Correct.
Okay, so to be fair, he wasn't doing anything aggressively, correct?
I agree with that.
He wasn't verbally threatening anyone.
No, he was offering help.
He wasn't using his firearm in a way to scare or intimidate people by pointing it at them. Agreed?
Agreed.
When you say, I think you said on the video at one point, there are people throwing rocks at people on the roof, right?
Correct.
So do you see Mr. Rittenhouse go after those people in the direction of where they're throwing the rocks and chase them?
No.
So people on the roof are arguably in direct danger because, did you ever see the rocks?
I did see the rubble and people throwing rocks at the Bearcats, but
Right, so
it was concrete.
Sorry, that's right. So they weren't really throwing what you and I might see like rocks on a beach. We're talking about clumps of concrete that they're smashing, picking up, and then throwing it, right?
Correct.
And knowing that, you didn't see Mr. Rittenhouse go after those people who were actually causing danger to others, right?
No, I did not.
Did you have contact with the owners of that the car source that night or the next day?
Not those 2 days, but I did see him pull up, I think, later on in that week.
The two brother, if you know.
I don't know. All I know is that whoever the owners were, they pulled up, and I briefly walked by and said something to him. I don't recall.
Mr. Harris, I appreciate your time. Thanks, sir.
Can you redirect?
Mr. Harris, the people that you saw at 59th Street car source that you characterized as the militia, Was the defendant dressed the same as them?
No, he was not.
He had on sort of an army green colored shirt, correct?
Lime green, army green shirt.
He had a weapon slung around him like they did, correct?
Correct.
It was the same type of weapon as the rest of those folks, correct?
I'm not really good with guns, but it seemed to be so.
He was in the same group with these guys that you felt were militia members, correct?
That is correct.
And he was acting the same as they were, wasn't he?
For the most part, yes.
You were asked about who escalated things. Can we get Exhibit 18 at the 1 hour and 22 minute and 30 second mark, please? Let's play from there with sound, please.
In 2020 as a blunt, it would be just a fucking stem.
It would just be Stanley's heat, man.
I could use a doobie right now.
All right, let's. Morning. How's it going? You guys want to fuck around and find out?
Hey.
You guys want to fuck around and find out, right? Immediately after that, you basically scold that guy, don't you?
I believe, well, whatever you want to call it, I tried to de-escalate the situation.
Because he was escalating it,
That is
wasn't
correct.
he? By what he was saying.
Yes.
You guys want to fuck around and find out. Did you interpret that as a threat towards the other people?
I didn't really think about it, but I could see how it could be interpreted that way.
And that guy's wearing an AR-15, isn't he?
Probably, yes.
In fact, that same guy went around back, and when those people were behind the place throwing rocks, he said to you he was going to take his gun and start shooting rounds through the fence at them, didn't he?
I don't recall or remember that.
Can we go forward on the video to about, let's go to about one.
Nothing to do with Mr. Rittenhouse. Nothing.
What is the relevance of this?
There were questions about what the response was to people throwing rocks
Responsible.
of the group.
The group's not on trial. Mr. Rittenhouse is on trial.
That's fine. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
The person that was yelling on that tape, that's not Mr. Rittenhouse, right?
That is correct.
Nothing else.
Let me step down, sir. What about a break? Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any of the count of the trial. See you in a little bit. Maybe 3:15? Maybe. Maybe not.
Could you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Detective Ben Anturian, Antaramin.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Kenosha Police Department.
How long have you been with the Kenosha Police Department?
10 years and some change now.
And how long have you been a detective?
About 3.5 years.
And do you recall what your assignment was on the evening of August 25th, 2020?
We were in a modified role, whereas traditionally we're investigators. We were initially assigned at the beginning of the shift to go to local gas stations and ensure their pumps were turned off to prevent further fires that night.
When you say we, who is the we?
Detective Howard and I believe Detective Valeri was also with us.
Is that Detective Brandy Valeri?
Yes, sir.
And so other than going to the gas stations, did you have any other assignments that evening?
We were just assisting in general patrol. Any areas that needed help, we'd respond over and just see what they needed. People who were being taken into custody, we'd assist with that as well.
Now, I think we're all aware that beginning on Sunday night, August 23rd, after the shooting of Jacob Blake, there was a lot of unrest in Kenosha that continued on Monday night. What was the law enforcement response and planning and whatnot for Tuesday night, if you know?
By Tuesday night, and this comes from, I wasn't directly involved in the planning, obviously that's way above my position, but generically speaking, by Tuesday night, we had multiple agencies that responded. The National Guard had arrived. So we had multiple, we call them pieces of armor, but Bearcats and MRAPs that were available to us. So by then there was a more organized response. We had active patrol assignments. We had dedicated areas of responsibility. We were able to respond more effectively to the bigger calls that Monday and Sunday we were able to respond to, but not as appropriately as we normally would.
And if you would please slow down a little bit for Madam Court Reporter.
Apologies.
The most important person in the room, except for the judge, of course. So Detective If there were situations that Tuesday night where there was some sort of report or 911 call in some other part of Kenosha other than this downtown area, was the Kenosha Police Department equipped to handle those types of calls?
Absolutely.
I want to focus in on the downtown area, and there's that map that we've all been referring to. What was the logistical, the strategic plan, I guess, the tactical plan for handling any issues that arose in that area, the downtown area, on that particular night, if you know?
Again, speaking more generically, as it's not my pay grade, but we had dedicated SWAT teams along with, we call them a CDERT, but essentially a riot team. We had dedicated units that were assigned to respond to specific calls. So if there was a fire, we'd have a dedicated SWAT team or a SWAT response along with a riot team to ensure that whatever problem we had could be properly handled.
Is it fair to say that during a part of that evening, there was also a large number of police officers that were here outside the courthouse?
Correct.
The other units that you've just described, were they separate from the people that were out in front of the courthouse?
Yes, those were auxiliary personnel.
And you mentioned if there was a fire. So for example, if the 59th Street car source or the 63rd Street car source had a structure fire or a house fire along in one of those areas or something like that, was there enough resources in law enforcement to respond to something like that?
To the best of my knowledge, there were, yes.
What about if there were smashed out car windows? Was that something that the law enforcement was going to come in and respond to?
No, unless it was a threat to life, we weren't going to be going at that point.
Is it fair to say that the response depended on the type of crime, the type of report that needed to be handled?
Correct.
So if it was just property damage, like broken windows or something like that, was that something that police were going to respond to?
Not at that time, no, not emergent.
What if it were a threat to life, such as a house fire or a shooting or a serious violence incident, something like that? Were there enough resources that night for the police to come in and respond as quickly as possible?
Correct, there were.
We've heard a lot of testimony in this case about the defendant shooting people that night. I want to put that aside. Other than that, was anyone else killed here in Kenosha as part of all these protests, riots, civil unrest, whatever you want to call it, on the night of August 25th?
No one else was killed that night.
Was anyone else seriously injured?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
You've described a little bit of your personal assignments that evening. Did there come a time in which your responsibility changed?
Yes, there was a time when that changed.
Tell us about that.
So around 11:49 p.m., there were multiple calls for shots fired in the area of 63rd Street and Sheridan Road. Initially, officers were, they believed to be chasing the involved parties who were involved in the shooting, west and south. So there's it'd be off screen, but there's a minimum security prison closer to 65th and 14th. The foot pursuits had generally gone that way. So we were tasked with assisting with the perimeter that was established to try and catch those people.
I want to stop you for a second because I believe you mentioned there was a report of a shooting at 63rd and Car Source. Is that right?
Correct.
63rd and Sheridan, which is the Car Source, right? And we now know that's the killing of Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Other than that, did Kenosha police respond to other unrelated shootings in that area at that same time?
Yeah, so as that unfolded, we received more reports for shots fired, and as you've seen the videos and heard, it continued. But essentially, there was what was believed to be an exchange of gunfire, and I believe it's Main Park, which is just west of the Car Source location at 226 Sheridan Road.
Can you use that laser pointer and point out that park that you just described? Okay. And what is the name of that park?
I believe it's Main Park.
And that's basically located between 10th and 11th Avenues and 62nd and 63rd Street. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know whether or not there actually was any sort of shooting over there?
There were shots fired. In terms of someone hurt, we never received reports of anyone injured by gunfire in that area.
Do you know whether or not that had anything to do with the events in this case?
I do not believe it had anything to do with this case.
Is it fair to say, though, that while there was a need for a response to the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, other law enforcement resources were also trying to deal with that other incident simultaneously?
Correct. There were multiple squads. I believe there's actually a piece of armor that was utilized. There's like a daycare just behind the Car Source, and there were reports that a shooter had run into there. So I mean, there was a large amount of police personnel in that area.
Now, you mentioned that at some point in the evening, your responsibilities changed. And I know you were talking about the 63rd and Sheridan shooting. Did there come a time in which you, as a detective, were assigned to handle that investigation?
Shortly after midnight, I was given the news that I'd be the lead investigator assigned to this along with Detective Howard.
And is it fair to say that since then, you two have been the primary investigators in this case?
Correct.
Do you recall when it was that you learned that the person who had done those shootings was the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
Within a few hours, we were aware that it was Kyle Rittenhouse.
Did there come a time in which you and Detective Howard went down to the Antioch Police Department to meet with him?
Yes.
Did you determine how old Mr. Rittenhouse was on that particular day?
Yes, on the night of August 25th, 2020, he was 17 years old.
And his date of birth is January 3rd, 2003. Is that correct?
Correct.
As part of your investigation, did you take possession of the firearm that was involved, that the defendant used to shoot Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, and Mr. Grosskreutz?
Yes, I took possession of it down in Antioch, Illinois, at their police department.
And I have, could you hold up that firearm? I'm having Detective Howard hold up a weapon that has been marked as exhibit number 28. You don't need to bring it to him, just if you could show it to him. Do you recognize that, Detective Antaramian?
That's the firearm in question.
Is that the weapon that Mr. Rittenhouse used to shoot Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, and Gage Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And is it in substantially the same condition as it was when you took possession of it?
Yeah, that I'm calling it an optic with a sight that was separated from it. When I took possession of it, that was still attached. I had to remove it so we could fit it into one of those gun boxes.
Detective Howard, could you hold that up one more time, please? I'm sorry. Making you use a lot of gloves here. I apologize. If you could just hold that up so the jury can see it, please. Right there is fine. Thank you. Detective Antaramian, did the weapon that we are looking at here, did it have that strap attached to the butt when you took possession of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. After you took possession of the defendant's weapon, what investigation, if any, did you do to determine whether or not that was actually the weapon used in these shootings?
So later on after that night, I believe it was the 28th, we had the weapon taken to what's called a Nibin facility down in Chicago. Nibin. I couldn't tell you exactly what the acronym stands for, but it's they test ballistics.
Can you bring that microphone really close so we can?
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay.
So we took it to a Nibin. It was a trailer that the ATF had established down in Chicago. So we took it down there and handed it over to the Nibin technicians, who subsequently test fired the firearm, and they were able to correlate that the casings we had recovered at that time, it was 6 casings, did in fact come from that firearm.
And I think there's been some testimony that maybe the next day on the 29th, there were 2 more casings that you found, or Detective Howard found, for a total of 8?
Correct.
And those 8 spent shell casings were also given to Heather Williams, who testified earlier at the crime lab, to verify that information as well. Is that right?
Correct. So Nibin typically won't give you a final report. They'll give you what they believe to be accurate, but then the crime lab has to actually confirm that information.
So then you had Heather Williams at the crime lab verify that the shell casings, the 8 shell casings, came from the defendant's gun. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Prior to having the defendant's gun brought to Nibin or the crime lab, was the swabbing done to see if there's DNA on the gun?
Yes, the firearm was turned over to an evidence technician who performed the standard evidentiary DNA swabs they take from the firearm.
And that was Officer Jeff Van Wee?
Correct.
Is it possible for additional DNA testing to be done on an item in a case, a gun, a phone, any sort of physical item later on in the case?
Yes.
After that initial swabbing was done, did you ever receive a request from the defendant or his attorneys to have additional DNA testing done on the gun?
I didn't hear what you said. You were addressing Mike? Sorry.
I'm sorry. I should use my microphone. It's bird shifting.
Rephrase your question.
I'll ask it this way, Detective Andrenian. After the first swabs were done by Officer Van Wee, did you ever receive a request from anyone to have additional swabs done on any part of that gun?
No.
If you had received such a request, would you have followed through with that?
Yes.
We've heard some testimony about an item that was recovered from Mr. Grosskreutz. Detective Howard, if you could locate that for us, please. What is the exhibit sticker on there? 61. This is an item which has already been introduced into evidence as exhibit number 61. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
So, and I'm not an expert on this, but those are devices used by both our SWAT team and then our CEDAR or riot teams that are typically referred to as like a gas bomb, if you will, in layman's terms, but it's like a nerve gas, non-lethal, that is used to disperse crowds.
Is this a device that is used by law enforcement?
Yeah, some people would also call it tear gas.
Is this a device that a common layperson could create on their own at home?
No, I don't believe so.
Is this device, when it was recovered from Mr. Grosskreutz, had it already been used? Was it no longer capable of emitting any gas?
Based off my observations, it was already spent.
Go ahead. Yeah, thank you. Could we please have exhibit number 10 pulled up?
That's right here. Oh, sorry. On the back of your desk.
Now, Detective, as part of the investigation in this case, did you and Detective Howard work to acquire video that was recorded by various people of the shootings?
Yes.
And do you recognize the video that's up on the screen?
It looks like one of those, yes.
Okay, and this is the recorded by someone called Ford Fisher, News to Share. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Could we begin playing this video? I'm going to have it stopped here in just a second, but let's go ahead. Does this video show the immediate aftermath of the defendant's killing of Joseph Rosenbaum?
It appears so, yes.
I'd move Exhibit 10 into evidence.
Receive. Okay, so you turn for a second.
Okay, and then finally, Detective, can we please pull up, I think it's Exhibit 73. Is that the one I gave you? At some point in the investigation, did you become aware of the fact that there was drone video that someone had recorded? if you know.
Yeah, early on, I don't know the exact date, but early on we did see on a news segment, I believe it was a Fox News segment, that there was drone footage that we hadn't found at that point in time.
Do you have any idea what the source of that drone footage was?
I believe it was accredited to Urban Aired.
I have on the screen a video which has been marked as exhibit number 73. Is this that footage that you're referring to?
It appears so.
Okay. Can we please play that for the jury? Detective, just to help everybody understand, that was footage taken from a position south of the 63rd car source lot looking north into the lot. Would that be roughly accurate to say?
Yeah, it'd be right around that area, looking northbound.
And does that show the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Okay. I would move exhibit 73 into evidence. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon. Did you, I know that you've shown us the gun. Did you ever measure the barrel on that gun?
I never personally measured it. I believe on the E-Trace form that I think Officer Van Week performed on, it would show that barrel length there, but I never personally did.
It's not a short, you don't believe it's a short barrel rifle, do you?
No, I do not.
Now, you were asked some questions initially by Mr. Binger about if anybody else was killed that evening. During those time of those riots, there were people that had been seriously injured, correct?
Yes.
Law enforcement officers had been seriously injured, is that right?
Correct.
One officer was struck in the face with a brick. Is that right?
Yep.
And then a man who came out to help that officer, somebody had filled up, I think it was a bottle with cement and hit that person in the face. Is that right? Breaking his jaw?
I don't have firsthand knowledge of that aspect, but the brick one I know for a fact.
In terms of, I'm going to ask you this question. One of the things in your role as a detective was you had gotten information regarding a specific group called Armed Citizens to Protect Our Lives and Property. Is that right?
Correct.
And that video or that Facebook post listed specifics, August 25th, 6 p.m., things like that, right?
It was like a Facebook group meeting.
Okay. Your report indicates there are no indications in the email that Kyle Rittenhouse liked or showed interest in the Facebook post or the group itself, correct?
Correct.
And you've been present for all the testimony, is that right?
I have.
And so you heard some of the questions regarding Detective Howard regarding kind of what your role as a detective is, right?
Yeah.
You don't work for Mr. Binger, do you?
No, I do not.
If I said that a detective is really kind of a truth seeker, you don't care which way the evidence goes, you just want to get it right. Would that be fair?
Yeah, throughout the investigation, we refer to ourselves as the fact finders.
So you're not supposed to, and I'm not saying you are, you're not supposed to take sides, correct? You're just supposed to, wherever the evidence leads you, you go.
Correct. We remain neutral.
So when you arrived, I know that you said you arrived at the Antioch Police Department. It was about what time, if you remember?
I honestly don't recall. It was a long night.
Early in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like 3 or 4 in the morning? Sound about right?
That would sound about right, yes.
And at that point, can you tell me what, if anything, you had reviewed in the way of evidence?
We had seen at that point, I believe, 2 videos that were circulating on social media that were pretty grainy, shared secondhand. You know, we really didn't have the original source of it that showed, I believe, the first shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, and then I want to say the next 2 as well in separate clips.
At that point, you didn't have any, because of the time, you didn't have any, no statements had been taken yet, as far as you knew, correct?
None that were relayed to me.
And obviously, at that point, none of the forensic work or anything like that. It certainly was maybe being collected, but it wasn't completed.
Correct.
Okay. And this was even before Gage Grosskreuz's interview with police. True?
Yeah, because first shift conducted that, and that'd be sometime after 6 or 7 a.m. The interview with Mr. Grosskreutz occurred somewhere after 6 or 7 a.m. when day shift came on. So our interactions down in Antioch were closer to 3 or 4 a.m.
And you had, if I'm right, you had placed Mr. Rittenhouse under arrest for these offenses at about 6-ish in the morning?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And again, I'm not being critical. You had basically seen some grainy footage of the videos, and that's what you had at that point. Fair?
We had his admission that he had been involved in the shootings. And then, yeah, some video, absolutely.
And the next day, meaning the 27th, you are meeting with the DA's office to formalize charges against Mr. Rittenhouse, correct?
To draft a criminal complaint.
At that point, had you been made aware of or reviewed the statement by Richie McGinnis about what he had observed? Do you remember?
I don't recall if I saw that exact one yet. We really didn't sit down and read all the reports for at least a few days, given everything and how fluid the situation was.
Okay, so to be fair, he was charged prior to all of the information actually coming in, correct?
The criminal complaint was drafted prior to us concluding the investigation. I would agree with that.
And you and I might deal with warrants kind of on a regular basis. You ask for search warrants kind of in the regular course of your job, right?
Correct.
And so how it works is you write an application for a warrant, putting forth why you believe there's probable cause that the thing that you're looking to search will contain relevant information in your investigation, right?
Correct. Commonly referred to as an affidavit.
Okay. And you swear that affidavit out, right?
Correct.
And you present that to a judge, and the judge reviews that. If the judge reads it and says there's probable cause, then the judge will sign that warrant, and then you can execute it. Is that fair?
Correct.
Now, in this case, you drafted an affidavit to get the phone belonging to Gage Grosskreutz, right?
I don't know if it was me who drafted the affidavit or Detective Howard, but between the two of us, an affidavit was drafted. Correct.
And that affidavit was presented to a Kenosha County judge
Correct.
who reviewed it and signed it.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So you had a valid, in your mind, certainly a valid search warrant, correct?
Correct.
I know there's been information or conversations about this Marcy's law and things like that. You've been an officer for how long? 10 years?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever had a search warrant signed by a judge that you did not execute?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had a search warrant that you did not execute in a homicide investigation?
I don't recall. It's possible. Sometimes you have warrants where you just maybe you realize you messed up an affidavit. There's been times I have not served an affidavit or a signed search warrant. I can't say with certainty whether or not it was on a homicide investigation, though.
If you don't execute it, is it most of the time because of what you just said, you believe there might be something faulty with the search warrant?
That's the common reason, but you can have times where new information comes forward and you determine you're not going to execute that search warrant.
Did new information come forward in this case as to why you would not execute a search warrant for Gage Grosskreitz's phone?
As was discussed previously, we were advised, given Marcy's law, it would not be ideal to execute that search warrant.
Who advised you of that?
I believe it was a conversation with the attorneys. I don't know who brought it up initially, though.
So when you say the attorneys, Mr. Binger was one of the attorneys?
I believe so, yes.
So tell me if I'm right, the prosecutors in this case advised you not to execute the search warrant for Gage Grosskreitz's phone?
That sounds correct.
Have you ever had a prosecutor say to you, detective, you have a valid search warrant, don't execute it?
Not that I can recall, no. Beyond the previous one we just discussed.
Fair. Have you, since Marcy's law went into effect, I don't want to say this improperly, have you ever relied on Marcy's law not to execute a search warrant since it's gone into effect?
We've had conversations in the aftermath, but I don't recall not searching one solely on that basis.
So this is, if I'm fair, it is the only one that you recall using Marcy's law as the basis for not doing it.
Correct.
And it's the only one that you recall ever getting a direction from a prosecutor handling the case not to do it.
Pursuant to Marcy's law, yes.
Now, you being the lead detective on the case, you also had an opportunity to try to interview Gage Grosskreutz about a month or so.
September 24th.
Okay. And certainly he's an important, in your mind at that point, he's an important piece in the case, right?
Correct.
And so you set up a time to get his statement. Fair?
I don't think I was one that set it up, but there was an agreed upon meeting time. Correct.
Had you already reviewed, if you recall, his original statement to Officer Birch?
Yeah, I had.
And had you reviewed the video in the case as well, involving Mr. Grosskreutz?
Yeah.
So you knew that he had lied about dropping his gun, correct?
There was definitely a discrepancy between what the video showed us and what his original statement to Officer Birch showed.
And when you interview Mr. Grosskreutz in September, once you kind of get to the meat and potatoes about what had happened with him, he refused to answer your questions. Is that right?
He consulted with his attorney, and yeah, we did not get all of our questions answered.
Did you have an opportunity to confront him with the, as you describe them, inconsistencies or discrepancies with his original statement? Did you have an opportunity to kind of talk to him about those?
I attempted to, yeah.
Would he answer those questions?
No.
No?
No, he would not, sir.
So is it fair that at that point the interview just kind of ended? He doesn't answer your questions. I'm assuming that at that point it's over.
For the most part, it sounds correct.
You asked for permission or consent to look through his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
And you did that for multiple people in this case. Did you not ask for permission?
Yes, we asked many people.
And there's actually a form that you use that they sign that grants you permission to do that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this particular case, did he ever give you permission to look through that phone?
No, he did not.
There was, and you've heard about this skateboard in this case, the skateboard belonging to Anthony Huber, right?
Correct.
Do you know a person, when I mean know, are you aware of a person named Hannah Giddings?
Yes, I am.
And that is was Mr. Huber's girlfriend?
Correct.
You were informed that Miss Giddings had that skateboard. Is that right?
I'm going to object calls for hearsay.
It sounds like hearsay.
Were you, I'll ask it to you this way. Did you ever request a search warrant to get that skateboard?
No, we never had a solid idea as to where it was.
Did you ever ask any potential witness if he or she might have it?
We were in communication with Hannah Giddings to try and obtain that skateboard, yes.
And I don't want you to tell me what she said, but based on the information that you had, do you think that you had a basis to get a search warrant for it?
No, because one of the aspects of a search warrant is you have to define where you're going to search. And without a solid location that would determine that, I wouldn't have enough for a search warrant.
Did you ever ask her to just turn it over?
Yes, we did.
Do you have it?
It's not in our evidence, and I don't personally have it now.
I'm sorry, that's kind of what I meant. You were asked by Mr. Binger about if anybody asked you to do any other DNA testing on that gun, right?
Correct.
Now, he can make that request, right? Mr. Binger can say to you, detective, I want you to do some follow-up.
Correct.
Okay, did he ever do that?
No, he did not.
You were aware that Richie McGinnis had made statements about whether or not Joseph Rosenbaum ever grabbed or touched the barrel of that gun, right?
I believe based off his statement, he described it as him juking away from him, so there was no indication that there was contact.
So based on the fact that, well, I'll ask it to you this way. You didn't tell Officer Van Wee where to swab, right?
Correct, I did not.
And would there be any harm in swabbing the barrel of that gun looking for DNA?
When you say harm, the crime lab limits us to swab submissions on the front end. So traditionally, we have a standard operating procedure for firearms. So I don't feel comfortable saying harm. We have a standard procedure, and that's what we followed.
Okay. How about you wanted to look through Mr. Rittenhouse's phone, correct?
Correct.
And you got a search warrant to do that?
Either me or Detective Howard, yes.
All right. And I think the evidence or the testimony has been that the make or model of the phone that he had would have made that impossible at that point without him giving you the key or the code.
Yeah, the iOS, the software in the phone was beyond decryption.
And he voluntarily provided you information that unlocked a phone that you would otherwise not have had an opportunity to look at, right?
It came in through the attorneys, correct?
Now, you have described in your interviews with witnesses the night of the 24th and the night of the 25th as the most chaotic days of your professional life. Is that fair?
I'd include the 23rd, but 23rd and 24th.
So those days, 23rd, 24th, 25th, most chaotic days that you've had as a detective or a police officer even.
Correct.
So it's Exhibit 39. You've seen this picture? Yes, it's an evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. So that gentleman whose body's cut off but with the camel pants on, that's Joseph Ziminski, right?
Joshua.
Ziminski, right?
Yeah, on the left-hand side.
Right. And his wife is pointing at him. That's Kelly.
Kelly Ziminski or Kelly Dunn.
Okay, fair enough. And he's, I don't know, you see that he's holding a pistol in his right hand?
Agreed.
Okay. Now, you see him, if you look, a couple seconds, you see him throughout the evening, throughout your investigation in various videos and things like that, correct?
Correct.
Did you conduct, or somebody in your department conduct an interview with Mr., I don't want you to tell me what he said. Did you conduct an interview with Mr. Ziminski?
Yeah, Detective Howard and I interviewed him.
Did you attempt to locate that pistol?
Yes.
Were you able to locate that pistol?
No. Did you hear me?
Yeah, you said that you were unable.
We were unable to locate that pistol, correct.
Why wasn't it?
He had reported it stolen prior to our interview with him,
So it was gone.
according to him.
Now, have you have, is it fair to say as a lead detective or one of the lead detectives, I don't want to take anything away from Detective Howard, that you have reviewed all of the videos in this case?
I have not personally, no.
No.
No, between the two of us.
Split them up kind of?
He did the bulk of the video investigation.
Okay. Have you seen the video with Joseph Rosenbaum screaming, "Shoot me," and then saying the N-word?
I have seen that video, yes.
Okay. Have you observed, in a minute, this is 74. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 74. Take a peek at that. Does that appear to be the backside of Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yeah, it does.
Let's come in then. And does it appear that Mr. Rosenbaum, it looks like he's moving, right? Like he's walking?
Yeah, I'd like to see it in motion to say it with certainty, but
Is that a video or still? Okay. He's carrying in his, what would be there, his left hand, what looks like a chain. Is that right?
correct.
And based on the testimony that you've heard, he didn't have anything to lock up that evening, did he? As far as you know?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 75. Did Judge Evan move 74? I don't think I did. No. See? 75, is that a picture of Joseph Rosenbaum there in the middle?
It looks like it, but the lighting's really bad. It almost looks like he has a red sleeve on it. So I don't want to say with certainty.
So you're not certain that that person right there with his with the mask over his face is Joseph Rosenbaum?
The mask is consistent with what I saw him wearing in the latter half of the night, but just based off the lighting there, I'm a little hesitant to say with 100% certainty.
Okay. Can you bring that back up for a second? Does it appear, to be fair, that he's holding a bag?
Appears so, yeah.
Okay, so, and we've heard a million times that Joseph Rosenbaum had a bag.
Correct.
Okay, so the bag fits and the mask fits. Joseph Rosenbaum, right?
It does.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Rosenbaum was pushing lit dumpsters into the street? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's right. Tell me if you recognize or remember seeing.
Yep, he's on the right-hand side of the screen, t-shirt on.
So you see him. You're aware that he's screaming racial epithets. You're aware that he's got the chain. He's pushing dumpsters. You also see that he tipped over a porta potty, right?
I don't remember ever seeing that personally, but that's been relayed to me, yes.
You,
That's been relayed to me. I don't remember seeing it personally, though.
you didn't see this in your investigation.
It's right downstairs.
So you saw him pushing over the porta potty. Would you agree that his behavior is that of somebody who is acting like a rioter?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
It's just a characterization the jury can decide for themselves
Can you read it?
to the extent that they need to do so.
Sorry.
Repeat the question.
You don't have to answer.
Okay.
You sustain the objection?
I sustain the objection.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You also heard Carrie Ann Swart talk about him carrying an empty water bottle around with him, or multiple water bottles with him, right?
I remember hearing one. I don't remember hearing multiple.
Okay. And that you remember her telling us, being us in court, that she took it with him when he left, right?
He took it with him when he left.
Yep.
Yes.
And are you aware that there's been indications that homemade gas bombs were made from water bottles that evening?
I have heard that, correct.
Now, can you bring up the So this is, what's the number on this? It's the same one. Do you have an objection if I just show this? So, and this is the FBI fixed wing video, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, go ahead.
Stop it.
Okay, stop it. Now, we all, I think, have agreed. This blue circle is Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So, to be fair, there's been talk about whether or not Mr. Rittenhouse was chasing down Mr. Rosenbaum. What you see here is Mr. Rosenbaum, and I'm not saying that he actually physically ducks, but he ducks in between two vehicles to let Mr. Rittenhouse pass him. Is that right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's also speculation, and I think the jury can watch the video and draw their own conclusions.
It really is speculative because you're asking the motive of the decedent as to why he took the path that he did, and you're asking the officer to comment on it.
Then I'll withdraw the question and rephrase it. Very good. You would agree that Mr. Rosenbaum steps out of the path that he had been traveling and in between two vehicles, right?
Object, Your Honor. Same objection.
No, overruled. I mean, it may be the same objection, but it's overruled.
So you see him step between two vehicles, yes?
He is walking southbound, and then he ends up going south-southwest, and ends up, I don't know if I'd say between the two cars based off what I'm seeing, but it's hard to tell with that blue circle, but he's definitely off the path he was currently traveling on.
Okay, and the other, play the video if you can. And when Mr. Rittenhouse passes him, he then comes out from the area by the two cars and is now back traveling this way, right?
Once the white dot is south of those cars, the blue dot appears to come northeast slightly, then continue southbound.
And Kelly Zeminski and her husband are right there, correct?
When you say right there, they're the green and pink dot, I would say.
Yeah, so they're right next to, or the two closest people to Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, right?
At that time, it appears so, yes.
Did you hear, I don't know if it's been played yet, did you hear a portion of a tape? So we know Kyle Rittenhouse says, or you believe that you hear friendly, friendly, friendly. That's been discussed, right?
I haven't said that, but it's been said, yes.
What also was testified to by Detective Howard was gun, 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 you ain't gonna do shit, motherfucker, right?
You won't do, I think, is what is said, but something along those lines, yes.
And we know that's from Rosenbaum.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. There's no evidence on that.
He testified that it was what he said.
That's different than we know. If he wants to ask this detective what this detective thinks, but ultimately it's a jury question.
You're saying that Detective Howard said that?
Yes.
That was his opinion as to who was the speaker.
Did you listen to that tape?
I hear those phrases. I don't know if I could confidently say who says what, though.
At this point, then, have you listened to the tape and have you heard the phrase "get him, get him, get him"?
I have not heard that, no.
You haven't heard that?
No.
And that would be right before Joshua Zeminski shoots the firearm in the air.
Your Honor, he just answered he hasn't heard it, so how can he say what happened? The detective just said he hasn't heard these words. The next question is, those words happened at a certain time. The detective's already said he hasn't heard it, so.
So it's your testimony that you do not hear someone say, "Get him, get him, get him."
This question's been asked 3 times.
I want to make sure that is that true?
I have not heard that, correct.
I want you to listen to the tape and tell me if you can hear that. I want you to listen to that, okay?
Mm-hmm. I hear something along those lines, but I couldn't confidently say that's "get him." But it's definitely the same phrase repeated 3 times.
And do you see Mr. Rosenbaum then chase Mr. Rittenhouse through the parking lot, right? You don't dispute that?
No.
Okay. Do you hear and have you heard the videos where the one gentleman says, "Cranium that boy"?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Okay. What does that mean to you?
I would assume it's someone talking about hitting someone in the head is my best guess.
Okay. And you observe Mr. Rittenhouse speaking to Mr. Grosskreutz right after the shooting.
Correct.
Okay. Would you describe Mr. Grosskreutz based on your observations of him running after Mr. Rittenhouse?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is characterizing the video we've all seen. The jury can draw their own conclusions. Mr. Grosskreutz has already testified on this point.
Overruled.
Could you repeat what you asked, please?
Did you, based on your training and experience as a police officer, watching the videos, did it appear to you that Mr. Grosskreutz was chasing after the defendant, chasing after Mr. Rittenhouse?
He was definitely running in the same direction.
Behind him.
Behind his path.
Okay.
What comment on the witness's answer, either orally or with facial reaction?
Very good. Thank you. What I want to ask you about too is there are multiple times we've talked about the times that Mr. Rittenhouse has actually pulled the trigger, right?
Yeah.
You'd agree there are multiple times based on the surrounding circumstances that he doesn't pull the trigger, right?
I can think of one time for sure I've seen where when you say he didn't pull the trigger, I don't, the gun may be pointed at someone.
You saw the video where the person, I showed it to Mr. Grosskreutz, the person runs up to Mr. Rittenhouse and then steps back, right?
Yes, I've seen that. Correct.
And no shot fired.
Correct.
You saw other people that were kind of, it wasn't a 2 or 3 person chase. There were multiple people kind of around Mr. Rittenhouse, some of them brandishing weapons, correct?
There were people and there were people that were armed, absolutely.
And those people who didn't attack him, he didn't fire at them, did he?
Correct.
The only people that he fired at were people that had either kicked him, hit him with something, or pulled a gun on him when he's running down Sheridan Road, right?
I would agree with that statement.
And after initially when he sees Gage Grosskreutz, you'd agree when Mr. Grosskreitz's hands are up, he doesn't fire.
Correct.
There's a person to Mr. Grosskreitz's, it would be his left with a metal pipe. Do you remember that?
I know earlier we saw you called it a wooden club. I don't know. I've never seen a wooden or fairly off the distance. There's a metal pipe. Yes.
And so people who are armed, he doesn't he doesn't fire at any of those people, does he?
Correct.
After the shooting, I counted, and I'm not asking you for the specific number, but there's multiple shots fired after Mr. Rittenhouse fires his last shot, right?
Correct.
I counted about 10, but there's multiple, right?
Agreed.
He never turns and fires in that direction, does he?
No.
So there, I think it was the video, the video that Mr. Binger showed you, the drone footage. He showed you that on direct examination. Do you know where that came from? How you got it, or whether you got it? Do you know where it came from?
Someone turned over to us.
And do you know when that was?
I want to say Friday late morning.
If you know, Hannah Giddings, was she in court while this hearing's been going on in this trial?
I believe I saw her today, but beyond that, I can't say with certainty. Beyond that,
So you believe she was here today?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Was there? Don't take it as a criticism. Was there any effort to get the skateboard? Talk to her about that today?
No.
So they rest today then. They must rest today then, if that's the case. I pass. Hang on, let's watch it all then. Yeah, I'll summarize at the end.
Thank you.
Detective, this drone footage that we just showed the jury, the version that we showed the jury, did you and Detective Howard have any versions of that prior to Friday?
Not independently. We had it was something attached to a news segment, so the video existed, but it wasn't in its raw form.
That was a news segment on Tucker Carlson on Fox News. Do you know?
That sounds correct.
And that aired a couple days after the shootings, right?
I believe so.
And so ever since then, you've been trying to get the highest definition version of that video. Is that right?
Correct.
And now we have it?
It appears so.
And after we got it on Friday, did you take a look at it?
A little bit, yeah.
And did you get a chance to look at it at home?
A little bit.
Did you were you able to zoom in and look at details of the defendant's actions in that video?
Yes.
What did you see?
So it appears that when the defendant comes around what we've been referring to as the Duramax vehicle, he deliberately, when I say deliberately with caution and intentionally, sets down the fire extinguisher and then appears to bring his rifle up and point it in the direction of the Zeminskis.
Then what happens?
It's hard to tell based off where it was and based off what I was viewing it on, which was my work phone, so it wasn't the highest def. But it looks like Joshua Zeminski takes a couple of steps towards him, and then at that point, the defendant starts to run, and then Rosenbaum follows.
Does the video also show the shooting, the killing of Mr. Rosenbaum?
It does.
And when you look at that video, how close does Mr. Rosenbaum appear to be to the defendant?
This is just going off of me looking at it again on a phone, but not closer than a few feet.
Not close enough to touch the defendant.
It does not appear so, no.
Now, I want to go back to the beginning of your testimony. You were asked about the process by which a criminal complaint was drafted in this case, and I think you said that that was done before the investigation was complete. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Why would a criminal complaint be prepared before the investigation is complete?
It's not atypical for that to happen, especially in a major case, a homicide. There's a lot of legwork that has to be done, even when you know who did it. So in this case, we obviously knew who did it, but we have to get all the facts. So we'll typically, in this situation, because there was an extradition issue, the defendant was in Illinois and we needed him up here to be heard for court. We had to get a warrant entered in to have that done, which is why you typically would do an early probable cause statement versus waiting until the investigation completed.
Are there also time limits in terms of how long someone can be held in custody pending possible criminal charges?
Yeah, I believe it's 48 hours.
Is it fair to say that after the complaint was drafted and filed, with the court that you continue to investigate the case?
Absolutely.
And Detective Howard did as well?
Correct.
Did any of the subsequent investigation you did, any of the new information you gathered, change your original referral to the district attorney's office for criminal charges against the defendant?
I haven't read the criminal complaint in a long time, so I can't say with certainty, but I don't recall any changing the grand scope.
You were asked questions about Gage Grosskreuz's phone. Without having possession of his phone, did you have access to his Facebook Live video?
We had a copy, but I don't believe it was the original copy.
Again, it was one of these things where it wasn't the highest possible resolution of it.
Yeah, I think someone used like a screen capture software program and saved a copy.
Based on what you saw in that Facebook Live video, do you feel like without having his phone, you knew what Gage Grosskreutz had done that night before the defendant shot him?
In the immediate time beforehand, not the rest of the night, though.
You were asked some questions about Anthony Huber's skateboard. When you watch the videos of the defendant killing Anthony Huber, were you able to see that skateboard clearly?
Yeah.
Are you generally familiar with skateboards yourself?
No.
Have you ever ridden a skateboard?
No.
Do you know anyone who has?
What is the relevance?
Well, I think the point is we need this exact skateboard, and I'm exploring his familiarity with skateboards in general. Because once you've seen one, you've pretty much seen them all. Fair enough. You also were asked about, and there's been references in the testimony to some video in which Joseph Rosenbaum says, shoot me, followed by the N-word, shoot me, followed by the N-word. I don't know that we've actually played those videos, but do you have any idea what was leading up to that?
It appeared there was some back and forth in the parking or the service station at the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan.
Was he upset because someone had shot a gun at him? Or, I mean, pointed a gun at him?
It appeared he alluded to that, yes.
Speculative. Disregard the answer, please.
You were asked questions about this empty plastic water bottle. That Mr. Rosenbaum had in his bag that night. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you have any indication that Mr. Rosenbaum ever created any sort of chemical bomb or ammonia and bleach bomb or anything like that night?
No.
Do you have any indication that at any point before he was killed by the defendant, there was anything in that bottle?
No.
When you see people carrying around empty plastic water bottles, does that suggest to you that they're about to commit a crime?
No.
You were asked some questions about the defendant's usage of his gun and the other people around after killing Joseph Rosenbaum, after killing Anthony Huber, after shooting Gage Grosskreutz. He gets up and he walks away from the scene, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that there were some gunshots after that. What did the defendant do in response to those gunshots, if you know?
I don't recall.
I have nothing further.
You press.
You turn around and look at that video for a second. Showing you 73. So this is the drone video that you say that you believe.
That's disgusting, Julie. I think he's been treated like trash. I just watched a clip of Rakita, and Rakita told Kyle, said, "You've been used so much, Kyle. Everyone's made money off you except for you. You're the only person that's made zero out of this. Everyone else has made a ton of money out of you." But I didn't know it was this bad. Like,
That you can see hold on a second. This video, you think, make sure I'm right. You can see Mr. Rittenhouse pointing his firearm. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Rittenhouse at this point?
No.
Okay. Play for a second. All right, stop. Do you see him yet? We're 1 second in.
So just so you're aware, you can't do it with this program as far as I know, but like on my iPhone, my work iPhone, you can pinch to zoom.
So what the jury gets to see, we'll never see that, right?
If there's a way to zoom it in.
Okay, well, this is what we have. And you'd agree that from this video that we have, what you've testified to is unobservable. Agree?
Off this view, absolutely.
Okay. Did you send the video to be enhanced in any way to like the crime lab or anything like that?
I haven't personally, no.
Do you know if anybody has?
I believe the prosecution is
doing that now?
I believe so.
Okay. Sorry.
No, I'm talking to the district attorney.
Oh. So this is the video where no, hold on. That's Joseph Rosenbaum, right?
In the middle.
This gentleman right
Red
here?
shirt, black pocket.
Yep, this is it. Okay. Can you play the video, please? Behind him was who? It's not in the frame right now, but he was behind him a second ago.
Just go back just so I can confirm.
Sure.
I'm guessing it's Joshua Zeminski. But yeah, Joshua Zeminski.
Okay. Go ahead. Now, do you know? You have no idea why he's saying that, correct?
I don't know why I say that.
But we've established he's saying it in the guise or in the surroundings of Black Lives Matter protest. Yes?
Agreed.
You had said that on this video that we don't get to see.
I've only just clicked why you call it lunchbox. I didn't click until now. I was like, who's lunchbox? I don't get it. I was like, all right, I get it. I got you now.
You're able to see things in terms of how far away you believe Joseph Rosenbaum is, right? From
you talking about the drone video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know, in your training and experience as a detective, do you know what extreme stippling is?
I know stippling is related to when a gunshot occurs, but I couldn't say what extreme stippling is now.
What's stippling?
You're putting me on the spot here. It's I believe it's when gunpowder hits the skin, but I
That you're close enough. So if somebody shoots or if somebody is close enough to a gun when it's fired, the gases that come out of that gun burn the skin of that person, correct?
I object. This is beyond the scope of redirect, John.
Overall.
I don't know enough about it to say that that's the textbook definition, but it's definitely indicative of proximity to a fired gun.
Based on your investigation in this case, Joseph Rosenbaum had stippling on his body, correct?
Correct.
Through your investigation, do you know if Mr. Rosenbaum had stippling on his hand?
I'd have to see the medical examiner's report to say yes or no.
You don't have a recollection of
I
that?
don't.
Do you have a recollection of where you observed it?
I remember seeing it in the preliminary autopsy results, but I don't remember exactly where now.
That was a bad question. When I say where, I mean where at the bottom.
I don't remember, no.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
And then redirect.
I'm trying to locate the full video that was just shown to the jury there. Can I just have a minute to see if I can find out?
He says she's complaining about what she sees outside, and she says, I'm going to go home and put pajamas on right away. Hey, just think it's only about 45 days, and the days will start getting longer.
Ultimate gas. So, okay, this is the Twitter Julio Rosas, the fight at Ultimate Gas Part 1. Can we play that, please?
stick together. We gotta stick together.
Hear someone say, "Don't point your gun at me." Let's back up about 20 seconds, please. Play from there, please. Did you hear someone just now say, "Don't point your motherfucking gun at me"?
I honestly didn't know.
Okay, let's play that back again, please. 10 more seconds, please. Go ahead. Did you hear it there?
I heard part of it, but I.
Okay, let's play this to the end, and then we'll play the next clip, just to give the whole sequence.
Shoot me, nigga. Shoot me, nigga. Bust on me. Real.
Now we're gonna play part 2 of this.
I agree. He took something. He tried to take something.
And this should be part 2 of that. Those are going to be marked as exhibits 78 and 79. I'd move those into evidence. Nothing further. Thank you.
Recross?
I don't.
You may step down. What about, folks? Time to go out into the dark of night. Please don't talk about the case overnight. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. This is Natasha Menke is here. I'll turn you over to her, and you may as well go up to the jury room and enjoy the evening.
Dave. Just see if there's anything at the end.
All right, now, Lieutenant, can you help me out? Lieutenant?
Oh, okay. That was it. I waited for that. So, okay. So, my opinions, because, you're here for my opinion. Right, none of you get your hands away from that keyboard now, girl, before you start. So, I saw what Baseball Dad said about, obviously they've not arrested yet, so they can't do it. They can't, stop the trial and go, right, directed verdict, done. I think before I get directed verdict, I still need a little bit more. I think the second and third shootings, we haven't seen much of the second one, but you see him with his skateboard, and if that's the one, he's justified to shoot. Do you know what I mean? Self-defense. And third one with the bicep, I think that's self-defense, personally. The first one, I need to see a bit more of that one. How close was he to that barrel? And I do think I lean towards self-defense. I think I lean towards that, and I'm maybe being a little bit petty by saying that. I think overall, I think in a jury room, I would go not guilty there for all three because I think it was self-defense. But that's why I think I'm not sure I would give a directed verdict right now. I think that's the only one. That maybe I'd want a little bit more info. Because otherwise, so that's why I want to hear from defense. They probably clarify all that and done. So I think that would be enough. There we are. So it may be that clarify. Do you know what I mean? So that's where I'm at right now. I think the second and third, I can see it. The first, I can see it, but just need that tiny, tiny little bit on that. But I think overall, for me, from where I was, right, so where I am, right, this is where Nunya starts typing. I start go, shut the fuck up. Is what I've always had found it hard is what is self-defense, what is this and that, why are they there? Why why did he place himself there? But I need to forget about all that. I need to forget about I think Kyle was an idiot for doing that, So I think the closest eyewitness was saying, yeah, I don't know. I still need more. I still, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying I need more for a verdict. I still need more than just taking one person's word for it. For the first one, I need more than that. Now, and that's based on acquitting this. That's what so Nunya, before you start typing again, what I mean is to acquit him right now. I'm talking about not whether I vote guilty, not guilty. I mean acquit him this second, this very second. Right, make him walk. I just need a little bit more on the first one. Teeny bit, a bit more. So that's all. SEN, I think at the minute I'm not guilty. So yeah. I think if I was at the jury, I would not guilty right now. Yes, I would be not guilty. I think I'm the same as he was. Yeah, yes, type of meaning he was very, very close to the yes. But that's why I would need as a jury to understand that a little bit more, which I think is coming in. It will be coming in, Nunya. So that's my reason for not giving. Baseball Dad said giving a direct verdict now of not guilty. Maybe tomorrow before they arrest, maybe this will all be covered. And I would agree. I can't give a directed verdict right this second. Right this second. So I think for the second and third shot, definitely self-defense. First one, I think at the minute I'm at 95% self-defense. Just to give you a layer where I'm only asking for 5%. I'm only asking for 5%. So I'm so close. I'm so close to being there. And I think we'll get there. Do you know what I mean? It's just that, do you know what I mean? oh, squeeze that little 5% out. But I think I'm nearly there. So that's why I wouldn't give a right this second directed verdict. But as also, you guys know what's coming. I haven't got a clue. I haven't got a clue. So by tomorrow, medical examiner, all these people coming in, I'm probably going to be there with you before going to a jury. But if we were going to a jury tomorrow, I would have to vote not guilty. And the reason for that is I think you will go give the benefit of the doubt to the defendant. So that 95% I was talking about, what am I going on this for? Jonathan? What the 95% I was talking about, that 5% I would say, well, that has to go to the defendant, so I would vote not guilty in a jury setting. In a jury setting, I would vote not guilty on all counts right now. Directed verdict, just need a little bit more on that. Should never be charged. Yeah, I not. Yeah. Again, you know all the case nuns. So, Jonathan, you know this case as well. Baseball Dad, you know a lot about this case. Thank you for your insights as well. You know, you guys know a lot about this. Has not proven their case for me. Not yet, no. Defense team has been brilliant. Oh, absolutely. They've done really well. I think defense has been fantastic. This is a good point, Julie, right? This is a point I was going to make. And keep in mind, these were the state's witnesses. This is what's scary. And that's what I mean. I've got no doubt that I'm going to be over in the not guilty camp because this is a state's witness. We should never be at not guilty right now. We should be at the, oh, yeah, you can see he's guilty. We should never be where we are right now. I've never been like this before. If not for the video, he may be sitting in prison too. Yeah, possibly, yeah. A lot of Americans pissed off over him sitting in jail, wanting him to go free. Yeah, I could get that. The way our self-defense shootings here in the US would be prosecuted would it change case law. Yeah, I mean, obviously you guys know a lot more about that than me. I'm enjoying this. I'm learning a lot more. I came into it, like I say, I still don't agree with him being there. I still don't agree with all that and stuff. But we are where we are, and I I wouldn't be able to vote him guilty. So already look at the self-defense cases being charged now. I need to look at more of these. It shouldn't be in the trial in the first place. Good job. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Silver spoons, old 80s. No. It depends on the state, really. See tomorrow, people, Dad. So tomorrow, first of all, go obviously Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and then straight on to this one. We should be starting about 2 o'clock Eastern-ish for this one. Make sure notifications are on. Then Saturday, baseball dad. Saturday, I think I do 3 of them. Day 7, 8, and 9, I think, because day 9 is like an hour. So I'm going to do all 3, and then Sunday morning, I'm going to be doing day 10, verdict, done. New Year's Day, I want a day off, because I need a day off, guys. I need a day off, because then we got Kariga trial back then, on the 2nd, which the Krieger trial is, I think, will be the trial of the century, potentially. So, you have a point, Jonathan. With Ricky Schroeder, he deleted a lot. Don't know who that is, but okay. See you later, baseball dad. He's pretty much cancelled for sport car. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of background. I don't know a lot of this background, which I like in a way, because I like the fact that I don't know anything. Because, even though I can only screaming at me sometimes, it's good. Because sitcom star, fine. Yeah. Look, I'm learning a lot from all this. I do research stuff. Richie Schroeder's right here. Thanks, Julie. I'm learning stuff, and as you guys know, you don't agree with everything I say, which is good. But yeah, I think I'm in the camp of it shouldn't go to trial. But it is scary. It is scary to think some of this without videos and stuff. Well, look, if you look at it, see tomorrow SEN, no worries. No worries, SEN, no worries, that's fine, my darling. If you look at it, look at that guy that shot his bicep. He came across as a very credible witness, right? If there wasn't photos and video, then we would never know that he was pointing the gun at Kyle. I probably would have believed him and said, no. Do you know what I mean? So, thin lines, fine. Right, to you beautiful people. I am going to go offline now because it's nearly midnight here. I'm going up early tomorrow. Got 2 more streams to do tomorrow. I'm dreading the death one, but we'll get it done. Got Dr. Himes tomorrow morning. And yeah. Take care, everybody. Well, some of us seen that video photo. Right. Anyway, let's get calling night. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. Thank you for taking part. Thank you for contributing. Love you all. Thank you, Nuns. Thank you to Sandra McMurrin for becoming a member. Thank you, Julie and Christine, for being members. And thank you, Julio, for your kind super chat. Thank you very much, my darling. And with that, everybody, see you later, my friends. Good night, all. Free Zachary Anderson. Good night.